presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Executive Director of Chaplaincy for the Southern Baptist Convention's North Carolina Mission Board, retired U.S. Army General Douglas Carver, offers our invocation.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful weather and the race. We thank you especially for this opportunity to bless the men and women of the armed services. Bless our troops who stand in harm's way and comfort the families of our fallen. May we forever be grateful for their service. Bless and protect the drivers, the pit crew, and the spectators from harm. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Port, arms. Half right, face. Ready, aim, fire. Ready, aim, fire. Ready, aim, fire. Half left, face. Present, arms.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the 82nd Airborne Division All-American Chorus.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say
Hearts beat just a little faster across America during moments like these. The race is straight ahead. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, proudly supporting our military for 100 years. Show your support for our troops at Goodyear.com. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. In 1960, NASCAR welcomed its longest race of the circuit, a 600-mile beast in the Southeast, pushing a driver to their limits. Today is an auto sports triple header, the Grand Prix of Monaco, the Indy 500 in Indianapolis, and of course the Coca-Cola 600 right here in Charlotte. That's over 1,200 miles of racing, all within 24 hours. A select few have even attempted to conquer two of these races, a feat known as the Memorial Day Double, starting their day in Indianapolis and finishing it in Charlotte. Endurance is the name of the game today and tonight. Who will outlast them all?
I know it's hard for me to think of it that way, but you're right. Well, let's end it the way we started it.
That's right. That's right.
Jeff Gordon, who's won this race 3 times, a 4-time champion in his final season as a driver with owner Rick Hendrick, and emotions running high as drivers get ready for the ultimate test of endurance. 2 hours of daylight, maybe into 2 hours of under the lights, constant adjustments for the drivers to try to get to 600 miles and be the one out in front.
And you could just feel the tension down on pit road. These guys know they're going to have their hands full early in this race with the sun out, and they've got to adjust those cars to have them just where they need to be when it's dark late in the race.
Matt Kenseth on the pole with Joey Logano starting up front. Let's go back trackside to J.D. Croce, CEO and president of the USO, to hear those famous words in racing.
And now, please welcome special guest, USO President and CEO, J.D. Crouch.
In honor of Memorial Day, Coca-Cola and the USO are proud to salute America's servicemen and women everywhere around the world. To give the command, here with me today is Don Seif. Don's late husband, Staff Sergeant Andrew Seif, was a decorated Marine, having received the USO's 2013 Marine of the Year Award and the Silver Star on March 6th of this year. Just a few days later, on March 10th, Staff Sergeant Seif, along with 10 other service members, was killed during a training mission off the coast of Florida. In honor of Staff Sergeant Seif, and to all those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedom, please join Don and me in saying the most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
A day that began in Monaco, went to Indianapolis, and is coming to a dramatic conclusion here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's bring in the men who will be calling the race. Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy. Gentlemen, the stage is set for one of the most special nights in racing.
And it will be, Chris, and it all starts here in the glare of late afternoon. Darrell, you've won this thing 5 times. It's the longest race in the NASCAR schedule. 2/3 of our races are 400 miles or less. None are more than 500 miles. What makes this such an endurance test?
Well, first of all, I don't worry too much about the cars. They're pretty durable. The drivers train for this event. They hydrate up and get ready for this event. The thing I worry about is mentally. You, as a driver, when we're out here running 4.5 hours, you're processing a lot of information. You're not just sitting there steering the car around the track. There's things that are going through your mind. You're like a computer. You're computing things. You're thinking about things. You're talking to your crew. You're talking to your spotter. A lot of information. And when the cars are the fastest is when this thing up here is the tiredest. So you got to stay on your game mentally. That's the big thing.
Larry, will end this race late at night. We all know the nighttime is the right time. Whoever's fastest in the closing laps is likely to win. But what about this first daylight segment and then the second 200 miles around dusk?
Yeah, I mean, you can't afford to get too far behind, but you don't want to get over anxious and aggressive with too many adjustments early, because this race will end at night. And what supports that, Mike, is if you look at the 9 past winners of the Coca-Cola 600, 7 of them never led a lap until the sun went down. So you got to be right when you're at the end of this race.
The nighttime is the right time.
About time to get this party started on the weekend of the most solemn of America's holidays. You're watching NASCAR on Fox. 600 miles, 400 laps is the order of business today in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Here's the Geico starting grid. Matt Kenseth has his first 600 pole. He's in a Toyota alongside Daytona 500 winner Joey Logano, celebrating a birthday today, in a Ford. Carl Edwards Toyota, top 10, 6 of the last 7 races here, and Greg Biffle's Ford, best start for Roush Fenway this season. All-Star winner Denny Hamlin last week, and 2013 October winner at Charlotte, Brad Keselowski. David Reagan finished second here in 2011. Kevin Harvick's won 2 of the last 4 600s. Kyle Larson 6th here last October. Martin Truex top 10 in 10 of 11 races this year. Austin Dillon yesterday's winner, and Tony Stewart, who's won here in October but never the 600. 5 victories in row 7, 4 times for Jimmy Johnson, and 2010 for Kurt Busch. Dale Earnhardt Jr. lost it on the last lap in 2011. He's never won it. And rookie Ryan Blaney.
What do you say we dial up old Jeff Gordon? He's had a busy day. Hey, Jeff Gordon, it's DW. You got a copy there, buddy?
Yes, sir, DW, go ahead.
Hey, man, last time I saw you, you were leading the race at Indy. Can you do that here tonight in that car you're driving?
I certainly hope so. That was a lot of fun up there. And it's great to be back here in Charlotte. We've got an awesome race car here. Gonna have to tiptoe a little bit here at the beginning because this track's still pretty warm, but I know when that sun goes down, we're going to be a really good race car and a great race team all night.
All right, buddy. Well, we're excited to have you be a part of the Fox team, and we look forward to next year. And good luck tonight, and take her to Victory Circle.
Me too. Me too. Well, hopefully we give you guys something good to talk about all night.
Jeff Gordon will roll off 18th. Let's get down to pit road for late breaking stories. Vince Welch.
As one of the race favorites tonight, Kevin Harvick knows that execution of pit stops will be critical to his chances at victory. On his pit crew is the Jackman Mike Casto, a former U.S. Navy man. He knows firsthand the significance of Memorial Day weekend, hopes to celebrate it in Victory Lane with his teammates on this 4 team tonight. Matt?
Vince Martin Truex Jr. starts 10th. Now, 6 different members on his team, including owner Barney Visser, served our country in the armed forces. Truex's car is plenty of speed. His biggest concern, he told me, when the sun goes down, that final third, just how different this track will be. Jamie Little?
Well, he's the engine tuner and the pit board sign holder for Jeff Gordon. Jason Engel and his family right here. He was in the Army. He went and served 1 tour in Iraq. After that, he found a home at Hendrick Motorsports, and that is where he finds himself on the 24. Chris Neville.
Well, Jamie, Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's won the big races, the Daytona 500, Talladega 6 times, and finally Martinsville last year. But he's never won here in Charlotte, a crown jewel he definitely wants in his trophy case. Well, yesterday after practice, he told his team, we've got a strong car. Tonight could be the night. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. Let's check with our Fox NASCAR rules analyst, Andy Petrie.
Mike, along the theme that Darrell was talking about, is mental sharpness as this race goes on. This is a long race, and in the 500-mile race, there's an average of about 7 stops in the 500-mile race. In the 600-mile race, there's 11 stops on the average. So these teams are going to be busy. They're going to be fatigued. We've seen penalties, speeding penalties, up 20% on pit road. And this year, it's been really difficult because only 10% of those people that got busted for speeding finished inside of the top 10. We'll see if these guys can stay sharp when this race goes long.
Thanks, Andy. Join NASCAR as we salute our veterans and active military members. Use the hashtag NASCAR salutes or visit NASCAR.com/salute. Beautiful weekend. Not a drop of rain to be seen. Not a cloud in the sky. 82 degrees. Track temp just below 120. We'll keep track of changes as we go through the night here just north of Charlotte. 2015 Toyota Camry paces the race at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and the lights are out atop its roof. That's the signal to the drivers. We're going green this time. It'll make the sharp left turn onto pit road, and we'll get down to the business we came here for.
Well, this is going to be an exciting race. It's going to be a long race. I think it's going to be fun to watch. Coming to the green. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing for our military drivers.
Kenseth shoots ahead in turn number 3. That inside line as Kenseth goes up top. Here come his teammate Carl Edwards. They almost touch, and Edwards leads the first lap.
I believe they did touch. I believe there was a little contact between the 19 and the 20. Not much, but a little bit.
Matt Kenseth in that 20, he's not going to give up. He went to the high side through 1 and 2, side by side down the backstretch.
Well, there's nobody in the field right now that wants to win a race any worse than that guy in that 19 car. Carl Edwards, he's looking for a win tonight.
This time it's Kenseth who packed it into turn 3 on the outside, into the shade, exiting turn 4. Edwards comes back on the bottom and leads again. Joey Logano drops to the bottom. In third, Greg Biffle, the white car, fourth. Edwards pounding back on the inside. You're riding with him.
Darrell, it's like Kenseth really gets down in the corner. Look how far he drives it down in 3 and 4, but his teammate Edwards in the 19 gets off the corner better.
Well, as long as Matt can keep Carl Edwards in that 19 pinned down like that, it's going to be hard for Carl to complete the pass. That outside line just has so much more momentum off the corner, as you see right here.
Smoke out of Trevor Baynes, number 6 Ford.
He got in the wall in turn 3 and 4, Mike, right off. I mean, got into it pretty good. Trevor Bayne in the 6.
Still rubbing on the right rear.
And finally, the leaders are single file back through the top 8 positions. David Reagan, his Toyota shown a lot of speed this weekend, the 55 on the outside of Brad Keselowski.
But remember that 55 in practice yesterday spun out. The car was loose, and I think the car is still a little loose watching him through 3 and 4. Looked like he had to chase it back up the hill a little bit.
Biffle might have gotten the wall coming off turn 2. He's slow down the back straightaway. And Hamlin takes advantage to the inside. I'm not sure if Biffle's Ford touched the wall or if he just slid way up the racetrack and had to get out of the throttle.
Yeah, Larry and I have been talking about Biffle's car. They have speed in that car for the first time, but I believe, Larry, he might have a little right side damage.
Yeah, he's had good speed, but just couldn't maintain on the long run. There you see Kyle Larson in that red 42. He's going to take that 5th spot away.
Larson started 9th. Martin Truex in the black 78 Chevrolet started 10th. And now battles and takes 6th place.
I tell you, this track right now, I don't care how good your car is, this track right now is a handful. She's hot, she's slick, she's mean, and she's hard to get any grip on.
Jimmy Johnson in the 48, up 1 spot from where he started. None of the 5 Hendrick Chevrolets in this race cracked the top dozen in qualifying.
I don't think we'll know how good those cars are, the Hendrick cars, particularly Jimmy Johnson, until we get halfway. That's when we'll find out if they got anything or not.
Ricky Stenhouse up 7. Kyle Larson's got a good car early. Casey Mears as well.
But Darrell, this track is in an interesting configuration right now because you get in the shade when you get into turn 4 and you stay in it until you come out of turn 1, and then 2 in the backstretch and 3's in sunlight.
And that sun beaming down on that 3rd and 4th turn makes it slick.
Kevin Harvick moves up to 7th. Now Carl Edwards riding 2nd. Had this to say.
Brian, I got to clean the bottom of my foot off before I get in the car. My feet are stuck to the pedals. Good form.
I just hope it's that right one and it's stuck to the floor. That's where it needs to be, bud.
But Darrell, I think what happened, they had these cars staged along the pit boxes. And we know teams like maybe yesterday in the Xfinity Series put some things down, even like Coca-Cola for traction. Probably some of that was still there when he got in the race car.
Just got a little too much grip in that right front, on that right side shoe. He'll work it out.
9 of 400 laps complete at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Pole sitter Matt Kenseth in a Toyota leads.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness. By Sprint, bring in your Verizon or AT&T bill and we'll cut your rate plan in half. And by Subway, race hard, eat fresh.
Teammates Matt Kenseth and Carl Edwards have led every one of 14 laps so far. 12 for Kenseth, 2 for Edwards. We like to think of this race as a day-night triple header and break it down into 200-lap segments.
But you see right there, air temp 82, track temp 118 degrees, and we've seen turns 3 and 4, especially the exit of 4, give drivers trouble all week long the whole time we've been out here getting loose on the exit of turn 4.
Well, I want to give you a little, fans at home, write this down, a little point of reference. The fast lap right now by our leader, Matt Kenseth, a 29:02. That's his fast lap. As the night goes on, I'll keep you posted on how much speed the track is picking up, because it will be a lot.
But one thing I'm picking that driver's brain about right now is what are you looking for? And I'd be willing to bet he's saying, give me more overall grip in the race car.
You know what I think right now? If the driver's giving you a lot of information, that's useless information, because you can't do anything with it.
Well, let's hear what Dale Earnhardt Jr. is thinking.
Deep front grip in the middle, 1 and 2. Faster for them laps. Now I can't get it to work. It's not turning good enough. That far.
And you just have to be careful not to get the car. You want to give them overall grip, but don't get the car imbalanced where the front's not gripping or the rear's not gripping. You're just looking for overall more grip in all 4 tires.
Right now, I think, Larry, I know that we always felt like just stay on the lead lap early in the race. You can tell us all you want to about the car. Ain't a whole heck of a lot we can help you with right now. We're going to wait for the track to cool off, then we'll start working on the car and try to fix you up.
Looking at Joey Logano from the back bumper of Carl Edwards and vice versa. Logano started outside pole. This year's Daytona 500 winner turned 25 years old today.
Been full-time in Sprint Cup since 2009. He won that first race that year at Loudon and was Rookie of the Year that year.
And now considers himself old, something Larry and I had a good laugh with him last evening. Joey, there are 9 drivers in this race younger than you are.
But he never thought he'd hear that when he started. Uh-oh. I don't know if that's a hot dog wrapper or not, but sure looks like it, Matt.
They're keeping Joey abreast that there is debris on the grill. Joey, his car consistent, just like last week, way too free on exit. He is trying to move around to see if he can find a different line that will help the balance of the 22.
I think he can make it to the competition yellow, don't you, Larry?
4 more laps at lap 25.
I believe she'll be all right.
Well, let's see. There was a car at Indy with sticky fingers, a Rolling Stones car. We got a driver with sticky feet. Jamie.
Yes, he does. He's running second. He keeps talking about it, and this is what he just said on the radio about the upcoming pit stop.
This throttle pedal's really screwing me up. I don't know if there's a way to get some sort of cleaner or something. I'm trying to clean my foot off.
Well, we'll get you a rag with some brake clean on it to hand to you there.
Well, that's fine, but when your feet are way down in that footwell and you're all strapped in, can you even reach your foot to clean it?
Well, let me tell you what I love Carl to death, but he's running second right now. He's running pretty darn good. I might just say, dude, you might want to let that go. We're going to throw you something, and you're going to get a rag, you get stuff down in there. First thing you know, we're going to have a bigger problem. Could you just deal with it for a while? Maybe it'll wear off.
And the one thing I'm not going to do if I'm Darian Grubb, anything to slow my pit stop down.
No, I know. I'm a little worried about that.
Kevin Harvick looking for another spot before the NASCAR mandated competition caution at 25. Now this came as a bit of a surprise to the teams when it was announced at the drivers meeting, but it seems that the track washed down turns 1 and 2 overnight, and that will change the grip. So NASCAR is going to throw a caution here in one more lap so teams can check tire wear. Vince?
Well, Harvick right now battling for that 5th spot with the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. See him just sneaking back behind the 78. No complaints from Harvick for the car as of this point. As you guys said, nobody's really completely pleased with it in the sunlight, but no major issues for Kevin. This is this very similar setup to what they ran at the All-Star race.
Mike, I'm not sure that in the Xfinity race yesterday there wasn't a blown engine or something that maybe put something on the racetrack that they were concerned about and they wanted to wash it off.
These drivers still fighting for every position they can before that competition caution. You see right there Martin Truex Jr. in the 78, Denny Hamlin in the 11, Kevin Harvick in the 4, battling for spots right now.
I kind of like what I'm seeing out of that 4 car, Larry. He's progressively getting better as these laps wind down or run on, and that's the kind of race car I'd want for this race tonight.
Matt Kenseth will carry a 3.5-second lead to the yellow flag, which will come out now as all of the cars cycle through lap 25. That lead will be erased and the pits will open.
Well, there's only 2 cars a lap down. Yaley is in the 42nd spot. He should, do you get a lucky dog on a competition?
Yes,
You can,
yes,
don't you?
Yes.
Pit crews getting ready for the first of, on average, 11 stops they'll make tonight. Fans, share a Coke this summer. You could win a ride along with a member of the Coca-Cola Racing family. Find a Share a Coke with a member of the Coca-Cola Racing family's name and you're on your way. Well, for details, go to shareacoke.com/racing.
Mike, I don't know that I see any strategy here. 25 laps, that's halfway through a fuel run. A fuel run here in Sunoco Race Fuel about 50 to 54 laps. I think this will be 4 tires for everyone and fill it up with fuel.
Yeah, because Larry, I mean, I know the other night we saw Keselowski take 2 tires and that worked for him, but they were running short races.
Short runs.
Tonight, you got to make this is a long haul plan here.
Matt Kenseth, Carl Edwards, Joey Logano, Martin Truex, and Denny Hamlin will lead them onto pit road. 3 Toyotas, 1 Ford, and 1 Chevy. Here they come, Jamie.
And Carl Edwards, remember that talk about the sticky feet. They're actually going to attempt to hand him a rag through the window with cleaner on it so he can reach down somehow and wipe his feet off. And meanwhile, they are going to make some changes to that car. They're going to make a wedge adjustment, air pressure, and 4 tires to stay ahead of it. You can see the onboard. There's the drink for Carl Edwards, and we should see a rag coming through next. Matt?
And Truex made up 6 spots. His car, though, too loose on throttle. They're going to make a chassis adjustment. You just saw completed. Meanwhile, Logano, his issue was the same. Too free on exit. And then Kenseth, they're putting the fuel in the car. His issue was on the exit of 2 and the entry of 3, mainly due to the sun. The car too loose.
Kenseth, Logano, Edwards, they come off pit road.
I watched Denny Hamlin then at 11. He got blocked in a little bit by Mike Lynette, the 46.
That ends the competition. Caution, green flag coming up. Getting ready for the restart. Carl Edwards got a rag soaked in cleaner, and he's cleaning off the bottoms of his right foot.
He has happy feet. I think he might have happy feet now.
Brad Keselowski has to make a sharp right to exit his pit, and the gas can goes flying. That is equipment leaving the pit box. And Keselowski will restart at the back. More on that after the restart. Now, Brad came in 7th. He was the fastest car on track 2 of the last 6 green flag laps. Pace cars in will complete 30 of 400 laps this time by green flag.
One thing, that 22 got him a nice restart right there.
Now, Kenseth chose the outside, but the 22 of Logano got the jump.
Carl is down on the bottom right there, and he's holding everybody up at this point.
Look at Martin Truex Jr. in that black 78. He just drove almost down under the white line under Harvick.
I think it's that 41 up on the outside that's going somewhere.
This is when all the passing happens on the restarts. They were 3 and 4 wide going to turn number 3. Look at him fan out from 4th on back.
Kurt Busch in that 41 car back there. I mean, he is on a mission right now. He's going down to Kevin Harvick, pushing him.
Reagan, Busch, Harvick, are they going to enter 3 wide? No, because Harvick wisely backs out of it.
Good decision. Good decision.
I tell you who else is coming up through there. Jimmy Johnson in that red, white, and blue number 48. Started pretty deep in the field. He's already cracked the top 10 in 9th.
He's up to 9th, and Kyle Busch right behind him in the 18. Started 13th. He's up 3 spots.
Hey, I just always think back to Atlanta and Kansas, tracks where he has won. Sometimes we don't think much about or talk much about Jimmy Johnson until we get deep into the race.
4 cars under a blanket off turn 4, and on the right, Jeff Gordon up to 12th.
You know, a lot of that's nice work in the pits too. The pit crews are really helped these guys kind of past a few cars in the pits. So, and now they're taking advantage of that what the pit crews have done for them.
And that's the case for Gordon. He started the race 19th, restarted 14th. He's up to 12th. Let's go back to the Brad Keselowski pit stop penalty and bring in Fox NASCAR rules analyst Andy Petrie on this one.
Yeah, guys, I mean, there looks like there's kind of an extenuating circumstance here with the car having to cut out through there, but that is definitely a penalty. That's black and white. When you take that gas can and it was completely out of the pit box, that's going to draw a penalty every time.
Here's what the pit road officiating system saw. That can going over the wall freezes it. A NASCAR official reviews that and calls it upstairs. They rule on it as a penalty or not.
I think if he hadn't had to swing the car out the way he did, that would not have happened. I think I might have taken that into consideration, but the rule is the rule, and he broke the rule. So I guess that's the penalty.
Keselowski has picked up 8 spots since the restart. Teammates battling again. This may be a familiar refrain tonight. First it was the Gibbs Toyotas, now it's the Hendrick Chevys. 24 and 48, Gordon and Johnson and Biffles Ford, the 16, right in the midst of it.
Oh yeah, you know, you don't mess with the Biff. When he's got a good race car, he'll lean on you if he has to. Always thought Biff was one of the most aggressive wheelmen that I've seen drive a race car, and he'll drive that thing as hard as it'll go. There, you got to give a tip of the hat to these Gibbs Toyotas too. Hamlin 2nd, Kenseth 3rd, Edwards 4th, and our friend Kyle Busch in 8th. All 4 cars in the top 10.
Yeah, we actually have 5 Toyotas, including David Reagan in the 55 and 9th, 5 in the top 10.
Exactly. And the reason we mention that is because, man, they came over here with some steam, baby, and they've been showing it.
One driver having a little tough go early is Dale Earnhardt Jr. Chris Neville has the nationwide Dale Jr. Performance Report.
That's right, Mike. Dale Earnhardt Jr. so happy yesterday with that race car. Well, a bit frustrated in these opening 40 laps. You're saying that car just very loose. So a lot of adjustments on that last stop, but problems changing the tires on the right side of that car. He lost 10 spots here in pit lane. So it's going to be a long night for that car, but I'm sure as we've seen Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the mile and a half this year, I'm sure he'll work it back into the front.
Well, he has gained 5 of those positions back since the restart.
Well, he came in 14th. He went out 26th. But if you're going to have trouble, If you're going to have issues, have them now because you got a long time to be able to overcome it. Juan Pablo won the race today. He was all the way back to 30th at one point in that race at Indy.
Joey Logano out in front. What did he say, Larry, last night? Starting second, he says, I've only got one car to pass.
And he was pretty confident when he said that, too.
18th place. Ryan Blaney, the rookie. Ryan Newman, the veteran. And right behind him, Jamie McMurray, who might have some issues. Matt?
Mike, the car was tight that first run, but the bigger concern was when the race started, the radio keyed open. It finally closed, but they didn't want to take a chance. They went to the backup radio inside the car, and instead of swapping out and handing him a new radio through the window on that last stop, they just handed him a battery. So that way, in case it does drain down, he's got a backup.
We got drivers cleaning shoes, drivers changing battery. We got drivers doing everything but driving.
Remember, I told you how much information a driver has to, that he goes through in a race? Well, that's some extra work right there for him.
Well, I know the extra work that Joey Logano is going to have here directly is Denny Hamlin in that black number 11 is coming. And you can see now Denny moves up to that third groove trying to get that car in clean air behind that 22 car.
That's the million dollar man in that 11 car, and he is closing up fast.
He found something last Saturday night in the Sprint All-Star race. He found a groove right around the middle of turns 1 and 2 that his car really liked.
Yeah, he found something, and I know who lost it. The guy driving the 2.
Jamie?
Well, I talked to his crew chief, Dave Rogers, talking about Denny Hamlin, and they said what they learned last week in that race was they were really loose throughout the entire race. So they accepted that. They knew how to change it. They knew how to make it better, and he thinks that's exactly what's going to happen tonight. This is a different race car, but lo and behold, the start of this race, he's been loose, and they were able to adjust him as he's pushing, knocking on the door for the lead.
42 laps complete. 63 of 600 miles are in the books in Charlotte on Fox. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. As this weekend we honor our nation's military past and present for their service and their sacrifice. It's Memorial Day weekend, and we are proud to honor them, as we are to entertain you with Stock Car Racing's longest night. In 10 laps, Denny Hamlin has gone from 0.6 of a second behind to 0.6 and now 1.3 seconds in front of Joey Logano.
Just sets him up here. Denny's got that nice high line working. There's so much speed when you get up there and get back in the gas. You get that run off the corner. It looks like Joey led him by. Trust me, he didn't. Just so much momentum around the top of this racetrack when your car is working like that.
Yeah, it was about 8 to 10 miles per hour difference over there in turn 2 when he made that pass. And Denny Hamlin trying to become just the 8th driver to win the Sprint All-Star race and the Coke 600 in the same month of May. DW was the first driver to do it back in 1985.
Last week his pit crew won in the race. Tonight is Carmike. Here are the drivers who have won the All-Star race, which originally was the day before the 600 and then became the week before. They've won both in the same year. 9th place, David Reagan's Toyota, Austin Dillon's Chevrolet.
Now, we've got a long way to go, but this is probably one of the best runs that Austin Dillon in that 3 car has had this year. Won the Xfinity Series race. Y'all talked about it in the pre-race. The 10 drivers that did the double duty. I think for this race, I know it's a lot of miles, but I think it pays dividends.
I think it does in track time, Larry. I'm just a little bit concerned about these young guys that are not accustomed to training for that many miles. I know kids are in great shape and they don't wear down like maybe the older drivers do, but that's a lot of racing in 2 days.
Riding with Jeff Gordon in 11th, and here is Matt Kenseth, who led 26 of the first 28 laps of this race. He is now in 7th, falling back from the last restart, Matt.
Mike, the first run, Kenseth said the 20 car was too free on throttle. They made some slight adjustments, but this run, he said it's almost like flipping a light switch. The car is so free, it's a total handful. They were discussing whether there was debris on the grill.
I'm sure that piece of paper on the grill is not helping our loose conditions here.
Yeah, I'm almost 5 numbers loose in the turn 3. I can't even get off the bottom. Some changed, just barely free getting in there first run. Just sideways getting in there now.
But you know what? That is Matt Kenseth's. That's his style. He led the race when he could. Car was good enough. He led the race when he could, but he's not going to push that car any harder than he's comfortable doing it right now. So slow down a little bit until we can work on it again.
Now Brad Keselowski pulling up on Chase Elliott there. Had that penalty, had to restart at the back, Vince, but he's moving forward.
He is indeed. They've been pretty happy with their car this weekend, but it's interesting, they chose that very first pit box, and his crew chief, Paul Wolf, told me earlier today, we like that spot because we feel like it helps us limit our mistakes. And then what's happened? First pit stop of the day, they get a pit lane penalty.
3rd place battle here. Kevin Harvick around the outside of Carl Edwards.
Yeah, I know Paul Wolf and Brad, they pride themselves in being pretty sharp. But that mistake last week in the All-Star race, and then what happened here, right off on the pit stop, they got to tighten up.
Now remember that pass you just saw with Harvick making it work on the high side. The other day in practice, we said, boy, maybe Harvick's not so good. His fastest lap in practice was off, but he got into practice later in the session, not when the track was good and fast. And crew chief Rocky Childress texted us and says, don't worry about us. Denny Hamlin under fire for Kevin Harvick, who passed Joey Logano, and now as they approach race traffic, moves underneath looking for first place. Well, there's a log jam just ahead of him.
I mentioned there just for that competition, that 4 car looked like he had a car that was really coming in and coming to him over the long run, and that's what we're seeing right here. That car just keeps getting better and better, and he's going to take the lead.
Brett Moffitt moved aside. Now they work their way past Michael Annett.
Okay, well, he's going to challenge for the lead.
Traffic was a factor. As now.
No, not
Harvick
yet.
forges ahead. Yes, he's going to use the next lap car as a pick.
Got to pick.
But Darrell, what I like about Kevin Harvick's 4 car, he seems like he can run it anywhere on the racetrack he wants to run it at either end. Around the bottom where you see him right there, or right up against the wall.
Yeah, he went from 4th to 1st in 9 laps. He's coming. Or
back to 4th place.
He's gone.
Here's his teammate, Kurt Busch, around the outside of Carl Edwards. This happening about 2 seconds behind the lead, and Martin Truex in the 78 coming into that picture for 5th now. Got a good run off the corner.
Yeah, Truex squeezed by on the outside of Carl Edwards in the 19 car. I swear I think Carl ran better when his foot was sticking. You know, I think he should have left that alone.
Jeff Gordon, Greg Biffle back at 12th place. And they are 7 seconds from the lead. Kevin Harvick has now led in every one of the last 10 and this 11 straight races. Leading a lap in a Sprint Cup race, a career best for Harvick. Chevy, Toyota, Ford. Joey Logano keeping close tabs now on Denny Hamlin for 2nd, Matt.
Mike Logano's crew chief Todd Gordon told me this morning his biggest concern the first third of the race while the track was still very slick and in full sun. That's Logano's problem. The car is too free. He'd like to venture up where you see the 11 car of Hamlin running, moving up to the high side to pick up more speed, but he can't. The car too free.
Well, sundown in Charlotte doesn't occur for another hour and 25 minutes. Gradually, this track will take on more shade as the sun goes low in the west, and the grandstand blocks it from the asphalt.
Lap speeds have not changed much. Our leader right now, 29.14. Remember, we were right around a 29 flat early on in this race, so we still got a ways to go before these speeds pick up.
So as the odometer hits 100, here's the state of the race. Kevin Harvick, the leader, 36 cars on the lead lap at 100 miles, 67 laps.
And we should be closing in on green flag pit stops in about 10 to 12 laps, somewhere just north of lap 75.
David Gilliland goes a lap down. His 15-year-old son Todd won a big ARCA race in his debut. And David carrying on his windshield strip the unknown soldier. Every driver in this race memorializing a serviceman or woman. Many of them lost to the line of duty, and a number of those servicemen and women's families being honored here today by the teams that are carrying those legends on their windshield. And you can read all of the bios and photos of those service people at foxsports.com. 70 laps complete.
The Coca-Cola 600 Hot Fox is sponsored by Bud Light. Stay in the game and drink responsibly.
74 laps complete. Green flag pit stops begin with Dale Earnhardt Jr. Chris?
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. about 10 laps ago started to complain that he had a vibration in the car. A number of races this year, he has had a vibration, but it was more drivetrain. Right now, he was thinking it was more a loose wheel. Other than that, he said the car getting better over the course of the run.
Tell you one thing, he was rim riding. I know there was no one out there any close to the wall, and he was.
All right, Greg Biffle on pit road. Here comes Tony Stewart as well. And these are scheduled stops. Chase Elliott in as well. Jamie?
Matt Fuchsia calling the shots for the 16 of Greg Biffle. Been really happy with their car all weekend. Air pressure and wedge adjustment just a little bit tight off. Wants him to turn just a little bit better.
And most of these drivers that are pitting right now were drivers that were really getting behind and actually on the verge of getting lapped, so coming in a little early.
Kurt Busch battling for third with Denny Hamlin. As Cole Witt, Ryan Blaney hit pit road. Danica Patrick done with her service. And the left rear wheel was loose on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car, as he had called in by radio some laps ago, but he rode it out until he could make a scheduled stop.
That pit crew, they're going to have to tighten up. They've had some issues on a number of occasions.
Ricky Stenhouse, Martin Truex in, Michael McDowell, Casey Mears, and a whole lot more. David Reagan, here comes Jeff Gordon, Kyle Larson. Matt.
Truex working on his first top 5 here in Charlotte in the Sprint Cup Series. He wants to reverse the last adjustment they made, which was wedge. The car just needed to be much tighter on entry, especially into turn 3. Jamie?
Well, Jeff Gordon really likes his car everywhere but in the sunshine. You're going to see the adjustment there, but once the sun goes down, expect that 24 to get better. They're pushing a spring rubber in the car for Jeff Gordon and 4 tires.
Here come Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin from the top 3. Jamie.
And Denny Hamlin, the car started off pretty well. Now it's loose and a little bit tight in the middle. He used his track bar on board already, and that did help a little bit. Meanwhile, the 19 of Carl Edwards, you saw the tear off there. A 4 tire stop, little loose in and off the corners, Matt.
Joey Logano is in. Matt Kenseth is in. Both drivers called for chassis adjustments. Logano's stop is complete. The 20 of Kenseth way too free. The same for Logano. Vince?
Kevin Harvick was a little bit loose off, but then it turned tight through the center. 4 tires, a slight air pressure adjustment, only changes. Matt.
And the 41, Kurt Busch, he made a lot of gains running the bottom, especially down in turns 3 and 4. He wants to keep doing what they did last time, and that was an air pressure change in the front of the 41.
And look how things cycle around. Brad Keselowski, who had the penalty on his pit stop, is now the race leader.
Yeah, but he needs a caution. Yeah. I'm not so sure. Almost looked like he was trying to get on pit road right there, Larry, and I think he might have missed pit road.
Well, he needs to get on pit road because you can see right there the difference in 50-lap tires and brand new tires.
Pitting this time. Pitting this time. Breathing room out.
Landon Castle now second, Alex Bowman third. They also need to make pit stops. Look at the speed differential. David Reagan with fresh tires. Brad Keselowski's are worn, and he needs to get to the pit lane.
Got her down in there that time. Looked good. Nice fast entry. Right on the money.
And the first pit stall, Vince.
Well, the 2 of Brad Keselowski need to have a smoother stop this time than they did the time before when the gas can got out of the box and they were penalized. The car's been running a little bit hot. They've been keeping an eye on that, but this is just a 4 tire change. No other changes or adjustments for Brad Keselowski.
So we cycle back through to Kevin Harvick as the leader. He had a 3.5 second lead over Joey Logano prior to stops. That lead has now been chopped in half by tonight's first round of green flag pit stops.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Cialis.
As Kevin Harvick leads at lap 87, Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill and your old phone, and they'll cut your rate plan at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. Those two drivers, Kevin Harvick, Jimmie Johnson, have combined to win the last 7 races on tracks this size.
And Kevin Harvick, when Jimmie Johnson won, Kevin Harvick in that 4 actually finished second to him. Now, we always like to break down green flag pit cycles. And what this is the 2 laps, including the driver coming to pit road and the pit stop. And you can see right there, through that cycle of stops, Jimmie Johnson and that 48 team led by Chad Knaus, they were the quickest of all the teams. Right now, Jimmie's back in the 13th position.
Always wonder about drivers who stay out late in a green flag pit stop cycle and what that does to them. Brad Keselowski ended up losing 5 positions due to the 3 extra laps he stayed out on worn tires compared to the leaders. The other big loser during that cycle, Jeff Gordon. Spin, turn 4, Jimmie Johnson. And we have seen this movie before, where he spins in turn 4, doesn't hit anything.
Keep going.
And caution is out.
Continue. Leaders at 3.
Look like Kansas all over again.
Now he will stay on the lead lap. You heard Earl Barbin, the spotter, tell him the leader was in turn 3. So he was running 13th when that happened. Came down pit road, did not stop. He should be able to stay on the lead lap.
I think you'll watch him. He just gets in a corner here and he just sees the back end start to get loose. You see him here starting to step out. And he says, oh boy, keep it out of the wall. Stays in the throttle. Keeps those rear tires spinning. And aims it right down pit road. Release and go.
This fella, of all the Sprint Cup drivers, has the most amazing control of a sideways car. For a lot of drivers, they get right about to there. They're going to hook it right back into the wall. But Johnson is just amazing at avoiding further damage when things go wrong.
But you can see, Mike, you see the rear tires how they're smoking? That's not because he's got the wheels locked. He's working the gas. He works the gas to brake, the gas to brake, to get the car to slow down first, but not back up in that fence and then drive it out of there. And that's exactly what he's really good at. We saw him do it at Kansas. We saw him do it maybe not so good in the All-Star race, but that's a hard car to drive right there.
So Johnson was speeding down pit road as that happened. And pit road is open. They were just in a little while ago, Vince.
Kevin Harvick really likes the way his car is right now as the sun is just starting to set. Rodney Childers, the crew chief, told him we're going to have some 2 tire stops here. They expect on pit road just 2. They're going to make it 4 for the 4. Matt?
A mixed bag of strategy on pit road. Now keep an eye on the 22 of Logano. They're pitting second box to the exit. They're going to go 2 tires. Meanwhile, the 78 of Truex, his car made gains. They're going to go 4. And Kurt Busch, Tony Gibson made the call to go 4, said some may go 2, but we're much better on 4.
Joey Logano wins the race off pit road. Brad Keselowski chose not to pit.
But remember, he was the last driver to pit under the green flag stop, so he didn't have a lot of laps on his tires.
Justin Allgaier gets the free pass as Jimmie Johnson goes for a spin in Charlotte.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Disney's new film, Tomorrowland, now in theaters.
Getting ready for the restart, let's take you to the spin cycle of Jimmie Johnson beginning 2 weeks ago at Kansas.
We rode him off. Right here, we rode him off. Larry and I both did.
We went to victory lane.
And then last week, Saturday night in the Sprint All-Star race here, getting into the wall at turn 2, and then 4. And this today prompted this conversation with he and his crew chief.
Started off good and then just get looser and looser. Came down an inch on the track bar and still spun out. Sorry, Jimmy. I just don't know what to tell you, man. Last week in the same situation, you couldn't even turn the car, so I don't know what's going on. Let's just forget last week, man, and focus on right now, and we'll fix it. Track will come to us. It's a lot going to change. Just not give up.
I
couldn't
totally
agree more.
I'm on Jimmy's side here.
Yes, I am.
Forget
Absolutely.
last week. The thing about Kansas, if you want to think about something.
Green flag, Brad Keselowski did not pit because he was the last car to pit under the green flag. So his number 2 Penske Ford out in front of Joey Logano's number 22.
And Paul Wolf and Brad Keselowski, they've been the contrarians. I mean, they always look for a different strategy. Sometimes they even do things to get off cycle with everybody else.
But I think it was going to take a move like this. It might not keep the lead of the race, but to make up that track position they lost by the issue on pit road earlier.
Man, did you see that 41 car, Larry? I mean, Kurt Busch gassed that thing up around the outside of Keselowski and went flying into second place.
He wound it up in turn 2, and he had speed on the field out of 2 all the way around 3 and 4, and now he is gobbling up Joey Logano for the lead.
But what I think we're seeing with a lot of these, like Kurt Busch in that 41 car, that's 4 fresh tires versus 2 fresh tires on Joey Logano's 22.
Yeah, I think the guys will realize that, you know, this is a long race. It isn't the All-Star race like we ran over here last week. You better put 4 tires on that thing if you want to keep the lead. He's gone. Bye-bye. I guess everybody said, well, if it isn't the 4, it's the 41.
You know, Mike, Darrell, Kurt Busch, of course, missed the first 3 races of 2015, but they moved Tony Gibson and that 10 team over to Kurt 3 races to go. At the end of last year, they have 11 consecutive top 15 finishes working together as a team with Kurt Busch.
You know what I like about Tony Gibson? He's old school, and he doesn't take any crap. I mean, when Kurt mouths off a little bit, Tony's right there to say, we're not going to put up with that, young man.
Second place, Martin Truex inside of Logano. Picks up a spot. One thing I like about Kurt Busch is he understands that 80% of the racing here tonight is on restarts. He went from 6th to 1st in 3 laps.
He did, but I tell you, I watched that 78 before that caution. He was closing down our leader at that time, Kevin Harvick. Watch old Cole Pern, number 78. He's coming, baby.
Last lap, Greg Biffle, Kyle Larson at about 12th place.
Let's have a little drag race.
Whoa.
Or
he's trying to snatch that second spot away.
Got a little busy down in there. Carl stuck his nose down underneath 16 and looking at the back bumper of the 42 now.
Larson holds on to 11th place there. Denny Hamlin now in 7th, Paul Menard in 8th. On an earlier pit stop, Menard was blocked getting into his stall by a car coming out, so he's rebounded nicely from that. Restarted in 9th and has picked up 1 spot. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is flying. He restarted 16th. He's gained 7.
And remember, he said before the loose wheel pit stop that he liked his car. He liked the way it was driving. He liked the way it felt, except for the loose wheel. Had to get that fixed.
But they made up a lot of track position by being one of the first drivers to hit pit road during those green flag stops. Went with 4 tires again on that pit stop.
See why one of the most revered names in NASCAR trusts the most winning name in NASCAR. Go to Chevy.com/Dale Jr. Jeff Gordon mired in 25th place. So right now battling Tony Stewart. He's dropped back quite a bit. He's now 10 seconds off the lead right there. Jamie.
And lap 77 pit stop, he came in saying the car was too loose, but he was also knocking on the door to get into the top 10. Well, they put his spring rubber in the right rear and they made a wedge adjustment. He immediately came on the radio and said the car was terrible. The rear end was all around the place. So when they came in this last round of pit stops, they reversed both of those changes to try to help the car. Jeff Gordon so far this run has said nothing.
Well, and again, the downside of that, they gave up a lot of track position because it took some extra time to get that spring rubber back out.
Jimmy Johnson trying to rebound from the spin that brought out caution flag number 2. Currently 29th. He has picked up 7 spots since the restart as he goes to work against Ricky Stenhouse in the 17.
Well, this Dale Jr.'s got the best of the Hendrick cars right now. He's just moved into 7th place. The other 3 cars, Casey Kane's 16th or 15th, and Jimmy and Jeff way over 25th and 27th. So they didn't qualify well like we normally see them up front. And right now, early in the race, they got work to do.
Kurt Busch has company. Here comes New Jersey's Martin Truex hunting the lead.
We got something for tonight.
Okay.
Yes, you do. 29.41. Fastest car on the track again.
But I know they felt that way in the garage area this morning based on those 2 practice sessions yesterday.
Yeah, it's Clayton Hughes, his spotter, and he kind of dry sense of humor, funny guy. It's just fun to watch this 78 run good. I mean, we all love Cole Pearn. We think he's a great crew chief, and then certainly the struggles of Martin Truex last year. It's great to see him running good this year.
Martin actually got his very first career top 10 finish in Sprint Cup here in a year that he was not even running the full schedule. 10 years ago in May of 2005, he was still running full-time in the Xfinity Series.
Well, remember, Larry, that 78 car dominated Kansas. I mean, that was a car we thought would win the race, and then they had a little issue at the end of the race, had trouble in the pits, didn't get everything just right, came out and still got a top 10, but...
You know what car that is?
Same car?
Kansas car.
Yeah, but well, it's acting like it. And you know what? I think that was a good lesson for Cole Pearn. They made some mistakes in the pit, but I think they learned from them, and hopefully they capitalize on them.
Yeah, on the last pit stop, Truex came in. They gave him fuel that in the time it took to take fuel, you could have put on 2 tires, and they chose not to. He didn't go to victory lane. Kurt Busch and Martin Truex 4 seconds out ahead of Logano.
watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
Kurt Busch is your leader here at the Coca-Cola 600, 114 of 400 laps with Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers. Time for a sprint race break. And moments ago, Jimmy Johnson, who's the all-time winner on mile-and-a-half tracks, who's won here more than any active driver, Michael, and won here last year, had the spin out, the radio communication. We know that his crew chief, Chad Knaus, they've been working together for a long time, but it didn't sound too warm and cuddly.
No, and they've had a lot of success together. And if I'm Jimmy, I'd take that road. Come on, Chad, forget last week. Let's go. And he's rebounded already, Chris. He's driven inside of the top 25, past Jeff Gordon just a couple laps ago. It's a solid car, even despite the looseness. You see Kyle Busch here. I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah.
He is a car I'm watching because he's a top-running Toyota. He has his first race back full-time as being a driver this year, and he's not disappointing that team.
Became a dad this week. Kyle Busch coming off of that compound fracture of the right leg and the fractured left foot from surgery to go 600 miles. He's been hanging in the top 10. Dale Earnhardt Jr., who has never won this, 0 for 30 at this track in terms of a points race, but averaging third on mile-and-a-half races this year, which is pretty good.
What I love is the way this car is performing now that it's getting a little bit cooler. He too didn't start off that strong, but a couple of adjustments on pit road. They had a loose wheel that they got squared away. And look, that's Kyle Busch. He's closing in on there for the 6th spot. Strong car for Junior.
And Junior hoping his pit crew will be on its game throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. Denny Hamlin in his 10th Coca-Cola 600, second his best finish. He went 165 miles to win the All-Star race last week. Has been a hot driver, has had a chance to lead here throughout. You talked about Toyotas. Do they have the distance? Do they have the wear and tear to make it 600 in front?
I think those engines are as strong as they've ever been all year long, and yes, they'll be reliable in my opinion. Denny's falling back though. He led early, dropped back to 10th. Now that's a concern, Chris, because if the track is changing and you can't keep up with it, you could just keep on falling back through the field.
Joey Logano, currently third, has led 17 laps, the Daytona 500 winner, and a chance to win for Roger Penske, who had the winner with Juan Pablo Montoya at the Indy 500, and Penske has never had the Indy 500 winner and Coke 600 winner in the same day.
Look at the eyes of Joey Logano. Can you imagine 4 hours, 190 miles an hour? Look at that level of concentration. That's what these guys are going to fight. They're going to go from sunlight to dark. They're going to go that extra 100 miles when they run out to 600 miles. This is a tough race. You can see the intensity on Joey's face.
And at age 25, he's got a lot of energy. Let's check in with Matt Yoka.
Chris, drivers use various techniques in the day-to-night races trying to battle the sun. Many use the tinted tear-offs. Joey Logano uses a light reactive shield, which actually turns from dark to clear in about 3 seconds. But Denny Hamlin, he's gone to probably the greatest length. Over the year, he has been trying different helmet visors made at the shop, starting with a CAD program and utilizing the Rapid Protected prototype machine. The team designed and made a carbon fiber visor that dips down on the right side because he tries to look through the left front corner of the windshield, and so he likes to have that right side blocking the sun as much as possible, especially here at Charlotte coming off the corner.
Thanks, Matt. And that's your Sprint race break. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Bring in your Sprint or Verizon or AT&T bill, and we'll cut the plan in half. Go to a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Entourage from Warner Brothers Pictures. See the movie in theaters June 3rd.
125 laps complete in Charlotte. Here are tonight's Ford EcoBoost track facts. First Ford win in the 600, Nelson Stacy drove a Ford to victory in the third year of this race, 1962. And 3 years later, fearless Fred Lorenzen, NASCAR Hall of Famer, the Elmhurst, Illinois Express, won both the May and October races at Charlotte from the pole, 1965. Joey Logano, fastest Ford in the race right now, in third place. Over 6,000 members of our nation's military on hand here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as we salute the troops and enjoy 600 miles of racing. Kurt Busch in front of Martin Truex by a second and a half. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the biggest mover in this segment, from 16th to 4th since the restart.
Yeah, his car looks really good. He's passed a lot of cars.
And he just drove by Brad Keselowski in that 2 car. Brad did not pit that last caution. He's not been on pit road since lap 181. We anticipate that somewhere in the next 7 to 10 laps, Paul Wolf, Brad Keselowski will be on pit road for a green flag stop.
But you watch that 88 car. He has found that extra high line. I mean, right up against that wall, and it's really paying off.
A little behind him, 10 seconds off the lead. Austin Dillon having a strong top 10 run in 7th, Jamie.
Riding that wave of momentum from last night in the Xfinity Series where he dominated and went to victory lane. And also today they brought a brand new chassis here for the 3 car. They've been happy with the speed, and the last pit stop they tried a little experiment and took right sides only. The car's still handling okay, but he's lost a couple of spots.
And I think that's a guy that runs on Saturday that's really helped his confidence, Larry, that 3 car.
Now you see on the windshield of Austin Dillon, Navy SEAL Chief Adam Brown. He was killed in Afghanistan in March of 2010. Adam placed himself in the line of fire to protect other members of his unit.
Wow. In fact, the Childress team invited the Brown family to be at the race here today. A number of these service people's families have been honored here at Charlotte Motor Speedway today.
Hey, got some kids playing back here.
I think the combined age of those 3 is about 60 combined.
That's a stretch.
It might be.
They're young guys. I'll tell you, they got great futures. All 3 of them do.
Right now, they're all battling inside the top 20. Ryan Blaney in that 21, him and Jeremy Bullins, they were one of the 6 drivers that changed just right side tires that last stop.
Chris?
Well, Chase Elliott having some challenges tonight with radio communication. The team is able to hear him, so they can hear him talk about what's going on with the racetrack. But his crew chief, Kenny Francis, not able to tell him anything. They think it's something in his helmet, so this isn't something where they can just change a radio out in that 25 car.
It's not the first time they've had radio issues. I think Martinsville, the first part of the race, he could not hear his team, if I remember correctly.
That is exactly
Some of the
right.
gremlins you have with a team that doesn't run every week, you know, things like that kind of pop up that you don't expect.
Brad Keselowski has 10 more laps on his tires than everybody else, Vince.
Well, and he's really feeling the looseness of the race car with those tires wearing out. Crew telling him to hold on to it. Also giving him indication, as you guys were noting, that Dale Jr. really flying around the top, letting Brad Keselowski know that his times are decent considering his tire state, but that Dale Jr. is really flying, rim riding through 1 and 2, but Brad just not comfortable getting quite that high.
Yeah, Earnhardt's gone from 7th to 3rd in the last 12 laps on his way to the front after restarting 16th.
Yeah,
he's trying to become the 10th different leader tonight. Only 9 drivers led this race last year. We've had 9 leaders before lap 100 tonight.
I think this 47 car might just got in the wall and turned 3 and 4.
Maybe got the wall a little bit right rear. I'll start looking.
And that happens right as we cross through 200 miles. Look at the 47 of A.J. Allmendinger here.
Just kind of chasing it up the hill here. This car hadn't been happy all weekend.
No, it was really exciting in final practice, so much so that after this, Allmendinger came to the garage and said, just put it up on jack stands and change the whole setup. Second incident a little later on, Larry.
They got it a little better in final practice, but he's had his hands full really ever since they unloaded on Thursday, Mike.
Yeah, when the car's that bad, Larry, you know you need more than a little better. You need an overhaul. You need to run that thing over to Chip Foose and let him work on it.
Jimmy Johnson just went past Allmendinger, and that was close right there.
Yikes.
And I think AJ had enough. He's on pit road.
Yeah.
And now the car
got a car in the wall, turned 51 car, turned 4.
Justin Allgaier, the Illinois driver's been up, and you can see he hit hard.
Yeah, he hammered it. You can see that right front's all towed in or bowed in. He hammered it pretty good.
Third caution, lap 136. Here's why.
Yep.
He had been rim riding at both ends of the racetrack for a number of laps, but this caution in my book is huge for Brad Keselowski in that too. The strategy absolutely paid off by staying out.
It fixed his problems. All of his problems are gone. He's on even field with everybody else.
Allgaier under repair. Landon Castle will get the free pass. So after the 200-mile mark, our leader is Kurt Busch. We still have 28 cars on the lead lap. As we mentioned, 9 leaders, 14 lead changes. And we just entered our third caution period, 9 laps of caution so far.
And Larry, I know sometimes short pitting seems like the hot tip, and it is if you're on even field, even playing field with everybody. But when you're trying to dig out of a hole, you got to stay out there until it absolutely last lap before you make your pit stop.
And that definitely paid off by doing that, because they were real close to having to hit pit road for a green flag stop.
Pace car has the field in tow, and they should open pit road next time around. You hear cars catching up to the pace car that were on the tail end of the lead lap before the caution.
You see Brad Keselowski stick his hand out the window like that. Just think about your passenger car. He's putting his hand out there to get some air in the car, get a little fresh air. It just helps funnel a little air in there on him and cool him off a little bit.
And a cold drink.
Yeah, and that he's just kind of cooling himself off, hydrating a little bit, getting ready for the next go round.
With 28 drivers on the lead lap, everyone getting close to green flag stops, shouldn't be any strategy here. 4 tires, fill it up with Sunoco race fuel.
All right, the green light is on beneath that Sunoco sign. Pit road is open. Vince Welch.
Well, Brad Keselowski's had 1 penalty on a pit stop already tonight. Crew chief Paul Wolf reminding the team, let's just get a good solid stop here. It's going to be open entry and exit. Loose on exit is the big issue for Keselowski. Just 4 tires.
Wow, talk about a difference in 100 laps. Dale Earnhardt Jr. very frustrated early in this race. The car just way too loose. Now he's so happy with it. No changes. Matt?
Kurt Busch thinks the track has taken another swing and settled in. He adjusted with the track bar on that last run. The car a little free, a little tight. No changes for the 41. Meanwhile, the 78 of Martin Truex, the car was a little bit tight on landing, but he said, boys, we have something for them tonight.
Kurt Busch wins the race off pit road from Martin Truex, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Brad Keselowski. 200 miles in, and the race enters its second phase, dusk in Charlotte.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Ford. We go further so you can. And by Goodyear, helping to support our military for more than 100 years. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
140 laps complete, ready to go back to green. Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, proudly supporting our military for 100 years. Show your support for our troops at Goodyear.com. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Guest behind Dale Jr.'s pit, Thomas Davis, Panthers linebacker and NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Spent some time with Dale Earnhardt Jr. the other day. Dale was giving him rides around Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'm just not sure Dale shared with him how much of a Washington Redskin fan he is.
I bet he didn't, but I tell you what he better do. He better get up on his feet, because I'm going to tell you, the racetrack's starting to come to these guys. I think business is going to pick up a little bit right here.
Yep, we're into the dusk phase of the race now. Little dust up on pit road. Chase Elliott, Clint Boyer, Danica Patrick. Boyer and Patrick had to come back in and make a second pit stop for damage repair. Here we go. Green flag. Martin Truex on the outside. Kurt Busch on the inside into turn one.
Man, it's going to get busy down here in turn three. 3 wide going in there.
Harvick slices to the bottom. He's got room.
He
moves up to fourth.
Yep, that was a great move. A little dangerous, a little treacherous, but he made it work.
Still 3 wide with Kyle Busch and Keselowski. 5th place into turn one. Menard right there with him, and here comes Biffle. He wants some of that.
See this week in and week out. These drivers know you have to get everything you can on every restart.
And then, Larry, Mike, 3 wide here, it's so treacherous. I mean, something's got to give. And you saw that with Harvick. The guy in the middle, he's usually the one that needs to get out of there, because he's going to get in trouble. He's going to be the meat in the sandwich if he doesn't.
Harvick emerges in 4th, Keselowski 5th. And Matt Kenseth, who started on the pole and led 26 of the first 28 laps. He's trying to move back to the front in his number 20. Casey Kane right with him in the 5.
It's just kind of funny how some of these cars, they ebb and flow. You know, they get up near the front and then they make changes and they fall back a little bit and they make changes, come back to the front, looking for that magic setup, that magic combination.
Riding with Carl Edwards in 16th. As now the field begins to string out a bit. He's battling Tampa's Eric Almirola, who grew up on an Air Force base and proud to carry their colors on Richard Petty's 43 this weekend.
Jeff Gordon, that 24, got quite the run. They're going to be 3 wide down the back straightaway.
And like I said, man, there's just not enough room to get it. I mean, there's enough room, but you got to have some margin for error to do that. And you saw right there that the 43 car kind of slid up the hill and gave him some room.
Twelfth place, Austin Dillon on the outside, having a great run tonight with Matt Kenseth and the number 20 going past. And now here to the inside.
I think that win yesterday, you know, Austin Dillon's been running some of the Xfinity races and been doing well there. I think that's really helping his confidence. And then you heard him say, this is a new car. They brought something new over here, and it seems like it's really paying off.
But Mike, you pretty much said it, that this track has went through a transition. We have very little sunlight on this racetrack whatsoever now.
Remember, Larry, I told you early on that the fast lap was a 29.0 something. Fast lap right now, a 28.70. So we picked up 3/10 over the last little bit.
Let's go back for a moment to those caution flag pit stops. We were talking about the 10 of Danica Patrick and the 15 of Clint Boyer. Right there. Top of the screen, they get together. Chase Elliott firing out of his pit was part of that.
They're bouncing all over each other, and you watch
that was coming.
15. He's not happy.
Coming off pit road, Boyer was not happy.
Why was she so tight on me? And that's what I don't understand. I was telling you 3 wide on the bottom. You were on the bottom of 3 wide, and then the 25 pulled out on top of you.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a mess, and then Chase Elliott made it a bigger mess.
I wouldn't say anybody did anything wrong. It just was you're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
28 drivers on pit road all at once, all doing the same thing, changing 4 tires.
I sure wish you'd get out of my way, but I understand why you don't.
Well, more than half of the top 15 in this race just ran their fastest lap within the last 5 or so laps, proving how much this track has changed since the start of the race when we started in full sunlight.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
No.
I mean, we'll pick up somewhere near a second as the sun now is setting. The track's doesn't has any sun on it now. This thing will get faster and faster and faster.
Let's go to third place and take a nationwide inside ride with Dale Jr.'s number 88.
Middle group again, you pulled the McCarlins, good job. Terrible adjustment of whatever we did there, hitting the ground. Too close on our splitter right there, we'll work on some. I know, but I told you about that left front hit earlier.
Well, the longer you go, the shorter that fuse gets. It's just, I don't care who you are, how calm and cool you are. When you tell that crew chief something one time, and you have to tell him again, sometimes you lose your patience.
But Darrell, another thing that will cause that splitter to bottom out, there you see Greg Ives, his crew chief, is the speeds we're running now. The speeds have increased, and obviously the car is going to bottom out more.
And see, that's where a veteran crew chief, Greg's not a rookie by any means, but he hadn't really been in the Sprint Cup Series all that long with Dale Jr. He should kind of figure that out before Dale Jr. has to tell him again and again.
And I'm sure what Greg Ives is going through, the thing you can do to get the splitter up is you can shove little shims on the shock shaft, and that costs you time on the pit stop. So I'm sure that's what Greg Ives is weighing out, because he is running third, very competitive laps right now in that 88.
Yeah, I might just calm down right now. Just take a chill pill. We got a long way to go.
Meanwhile, Austin Dillon in the 3, we talk about the great run he's having, but he has not been great on restarts. The last 3 restarts, he's lost an average of 3 positions in the first 3 laps of the green flag run, and then has to claw his way back.
You know, like, a lot of times you crew chief driver, you like getting an argument a little bit like what Chad and Jimmy do, but best thing the crew chief can say to the driver is 10-4.
10-4.
Because once you get into an argument or a debate, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, then it becomes we're not happy until you're not happy. Right.
Somebody unplug that radio, please.
I'm not sure I ever won an argument with my race car driver, and I've never won an argument with my wife.
Jimmy Johnson working his way back to the front in 16th as Kurt Busch leads Martin Truex Jr. 2 Chevrolets out front, the gap 1.1 seconds between them.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side.
Army Corporal Michael Anaya, one of the servicemen and women memorialized on every one of these Sprint Cup cars. J.J. Yaley's car is carrying also the names of the 5 servicemen and women that were on the cars that did not qualify for tonight's race. Part of NASCAR's salute to our U.S. military. And we move into the middle 200 miles, what we call dusk. Track conditions have changed significantly.
Well, and we talked about the speeds picking up. Almost every driver, they've run their quickest lap right after that last restart. And right now, I know we say trouble spot turn 3, but I still believe these drivers are going to struggle from the center off of turn 3 and 4. We've seen it for 10 days out here.
Kurt Busch's lead over Martin Truex now 1.3 seconds. So, Matt, that's holding fairly constant.
Truex's car is good, but the radio is not. They've had intermittent radio issues about the past 10 laps on that 78 car, bouncing back and forth between channel 1, channel 2, going back and forth between the radios, trying to figure out which end was having the bigger issue. They have now since fixed that. Their bigger concern now is just trying to reel in that 41. They believe they are better in the second half of a run than the leader.
Well, that's 3 drivers that's had radio issues: Jamie McMurray, Chase Elliott, and now Martin Truex Jr.
Truex, the only car in the top 5 without a victory in 2015. You saw Kyle Busch just move up into 6th place ahead of Joey Logano. A.J. Allmendinger back on pit road. Unscheduled stop. Denny Hamlin trying to take 7th from outside pole sitter Joey Logano here. Rookie Ryan Blaney just outside the top 10, having a nice night. Chris?
Boy, he is, Mike. Ryan Blaney looking great tonight. I spoke with his crew chief, Jeremy Bullens, earlier today, and he said about running a rookie driver in a long race like this. He said, I told Ryan it's kind of like a cross-country flight. About halfway through, you start getting antsy, wanting to get off that airplane, but you still have a couple hours to go. He said that's when you're going to start losing focus. That's when you're not going to be patient, and that's when the mistakes are going to occur. And he said, I'm just going to keep asking him, what is the car doing? Trying to keep his head in the game.
There's just a lot of things good happening to that 21 team. They're talking about running all the races next year. Roger Penske wants to see if he can help them do that. And that run that the kid had at Talladega, what an impressive day that was. So they're on to something here with Ryan Blaney in his 21 car.
He only has 6 career starts in this series, but one driver I believe that the handling is starting to go away on his race car is Joey Logano in that 22. He just lost the position to Denny Hamlin in 11. You saw Paul Menard in 27. So it's almost like they've gotten a little behind on their adjustments as this track cools down and gains grip.
It's not the first time we've seen this, Larry, with the 22 car. We've seen this car struggle on the long run. It's always fast on the short haul, but they've had trouble keeping it underneath Joey Logano for the long run. And looks like that might be biting them again tonight, Matt.
You guys are exactly right. On the previous run, he heated up the rears too much, running the top. Then he had no drive off and no center turn. They made some adjustments, 2 of them. It hasn't helped. That car's still a handful.
Most of the drivers in the top 8 have just recently set their fastest lap of the race. Logano's was way back at lap 34. To validate your point. Now, how about Jimmy Johnson here in 16th, Vince?
Well, you know, at the All-Star race, they couldn't get the car to turn, and then so far tonight, especially in the early stages of this race, it was just wicked loose. So they've made incredible changes to it: rubbers, track bar, wedge, you name it, air pressure, and finally the car starting to come around good on the bottom, but a little too free up top for Jimmy Johnson, hoping that the car changes for the better as we go into the nighttime.
They've thrown everything but the kitchen sink at that car. You can get that at Lowe's.
Hold on down there, but I've been watching that 48 car. He's a little snappy loose yet. He's right. I watched him a couple times off turn 4. That thing's still jumping sideways every now and then.
And we got a good 20 laps until what would be green flag pit stops.
170 laps, 255 miles complete. Kurt Busch is your leader, now by just 1 second over Martin Truex. How about a Fox NASCAR salute to our troops? Crank it up.
31 flat with a pass.
Third place, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kevin Harvick battling. They're about 4 seconds off the lead. And Kurt Busch is beginning to leg it out in that crank it up segment. He picked up 50% more advantage on Martin Truex. Marked that lead now at 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, they're running very similar lap times, but that gap has been about the same, maybe a little bit. But a guy I've been watching a little bit, we talked about his teammate Austin Dillon, how good a night he's having. But Paul Menard, another good run for this team, lurking right there inside the top 10 in 9th place. And this team is a pretty solid team right now. They seem to have their act together. The car's been pretty consistent. Justin Alexander doing a nice job. I like the way they're running.
And he is the best of the 3 Richard Childress Chevrolets tonight, at least at this point in the race.
Joey Logano, I'm sure he is anxious to hit pit road for a pit stop because he just is so loose off the corner.
I think they said he heated up his rear tires. I think he burned them up this time.
176 complete. We're probably about 1 commercial break away from green flag pit stops in the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
Today, I drive for Corporal Stephen Koch.
Today, I drive for United States Naval veteran Lynn Thrasher.
Today I drive for Sergeant Mark Bradley.
Today I drive for Special Operations Chief Adam Brown.
Today I drive for Corporal Larry Smith.
Today I drive for Navy SEAL Tapper.
Today I drive for Private Dean Van Dyke.
Today I'm driving for Dale E. Boyer, my grandfather.
Goodyear is giving back to our military heroes and their families. Please go to Goodyear.com/givesback. There's a charity auction there where you can get in on the action and bid on unique race used items and experiences like a ride in the Goodyear blimp. All to benefit our servicemen and women who we thank for their service and thank for their sacrifice. While we were away, the lead closed up. Martin Truex took more than a second from Kurt Busch's lead. Here it is, the 41 and 78.
Yeah, and they said the 78 was, calling us out. I think we're better. I think the 41's falling back to us, and looks like that's going to be true. I want to just give a shout out to Smitty, Clifford Smith. He's worked for me for forever, and he was chief petty officer. And at my dad's funeral and at the both girls' weddings, he stood at attention in his uniform during the funeral and the weddings, and Smitty's a superhero of mine.
And our thanks to the more than 20 members of our Fox Sports crew here on site in Charlotte who are or have been members of the U.S. military. Pit stops coming up shortly. Matt.
Track conditions are going according to plan for Tony Gibson and Kurt Busch on the 41. But now the car is starting to get tighter and tighter on entry and across the center. They're going to make an air pressure change on their next stop. The 78, their car a little bit tight on the center of the corner, right about there. But his bigger issue, the radio gremlins are back, Chris.
With Dale Jr. closing within about 2 seconds of the leaders. Now, early on, we heard him complaining about the splitter hitting, but that was within the first couple laps of the last pit stop when the air pressure was low. And now, that car good with the air pressure's high. Vince?
Well, after being tight on the last run, crew chief Rodney Childers took a pretty good swing at it on this 4 car and on the previous pit stop, and now it has swung to the loose side. Kevin just can't put the throttle down the way he wants, so when he comes in for this pit stop, they're going to tighten him up. Jamie?
Well, 2 pit stops ago, the 11 team tried to just take right side tires. Now they know that didn't work. So the last round of stops, they did make a wedge adjustment and put 4 tires on it. The car has gotten better as he makes his way through. Now halfway through a run, though, he starts to get tight, but they're trending in the right direction, Mike.
David Reagan began the run of green flag pit stops, which now sees second place Martin Truex on pit road. Jeff Gordon just completes his stop and exits.
Well, we got them sliding the tires and smoking the tires coming on the pit road.
Smoking them bad boys.
That was Michael McDowell. 4 tires for Truex and Sunoco Race Fuel.
Yeah, well, when that 78 came, it was the next time by. Here comes the 41 of Kurt Busch, the 4 of Kevin Harvick, the 88. All of them are on pit road this time by.
Vince.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski says the exit is better, but the entry is worse. So they're going to make an adjustment, air pressure adjustment on the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Chris?
Crew chief Greg Ives going to make a small adjustment to the 88 car, trying to get that splitter off the racetrack early in the run.
Jimmy Johnson takes over the lead at lap 189. Casey Kane, Carl Edwards, and Matt Kenseth have yet to pit. All of the rest of the lead lap cars have been on pit road.
But yeah, you guys are right. Martin Truex Jr. and Cole Pearn, they made everybody come to pit road when they hit pit road, sitting there running in second.
Kane and Kenseth are in. So is Johnson. Service completed on the left side. Carl Edwards is the outlier. He will be the last lead lap car to pit. Matt?
And Kenseth is in. They need to do a lot of work to the 20 machine. He says the car's really loose on entry. And then his center and exit is off because he has to change his arc just trying to get through the entry to the corner. Air pressure change for Kenseth.
You're riding down pit road with Carl Edwards, Michael Annett, Alex Kennedy also pitting. Jamie?
Well, Carl's been loose for the majority of the night, but actually this run he came on and told his crew chief, Darian Grubb, we're getting pretty good. So they're making the car better. And oh, by the way, the sun has gone away as well. That has helped the handling. They'll fill him up with Sunoco fuel, put 4 tires on, wipe the grill right there for Carl Edwards.
Now Casey Kane is in 16th place. but he was speeding in segment 4 on pit road, more than 5 miles an hour above the posted speed limit. So Kane will have to make a pass-through penalty down pit road.
Conversation in our practice show. I don't know why we can't have a speedometer in the cars. I still think that would be very helpful.
But because Martin Truex Jr. hit pit road 1 lap earlier, he's now the leader of the Coca-Cola 600, not far from halfway.
9 different leaders, 16 lead changes as we close in on halfway.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. By Colonel Sanders Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's still finger looking good. And by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces and their families for over 80 years.
Almost to halfway on Stock Car Racing's longest night. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half, bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill, and turn in your old phone at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. Race leader Martin Truex has finished top 10 in 10 of 11 races so far this year.
We just cycled through our second set of green flag pit stops, and you can see Jimmie Johnson once again the quickest on the 2 laps, including the trip down pit road and a pit stop. I know you see Martin Truex Jr. way down there as 6th on this list, but where he got his advantage was making that pit stop 1 lap earlier than everyone else he was racing. But right now, Jimmie Johnson in the 48 back inside the top 10 and 10th.
So in that cycle, Jimmie Johnson's quick stop gained him 2 positions. He's now at the top 10 as we hit halfway. 200 laps, 300 miles. Equal distance to go here. 9 leaders, 16 lead changes, and just 3 caution flags. So at the 300-mile mark, Martin Truex Jr., your leader, the first of 22 cars on the lead lap.
Just went by the flag, the leaders did, and the flagman, he holds up those cross flags to indicate halfway. I can't tell, as a driver running a 600-mile race, like sometimes you think, wow, that 300 miles went by really fast, but now I got 300 more to go.
You know, if we were at Phoenix, the race would be over in about 6 minutes. Right? They run, what, 500 kilometers, 300, a little over 300 miles.
312 miles, yeah.
Somehow or another, that reminds me of the song By the Time I Get to Phoenix.
Martin Truex going to put a lap on Kyle Larson, the 22nd place car. The advantage now 1.8 seconds, and it's starting to shrink just a bit. Kurt Busch is starting to reel Truex in.
Really felt like Kyle Larson, Chris Heroy, that 42 car after qualifying ninth. I really felt like they would run better than what we've seen them run. They pretty much dropped back from the drop of the green flag.
Mike Larry, we're at halfway here, and when we started this race at 100 miles, the fast lap was a 28.96. At lap 200, the fast lap was a 29.02. Here at 300 laps, we are just running a 28.70. So we've continued to pick up speed.
Dusk settling in on Charlotte Motor Speedway. Our Fox NASCAR mid-race report next.
You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
Martin Truex Jr. has gone 67 races without a win, but he is your leader at the moment. Our coverage of the Coca-Cola 600 continues live from Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're glad you're watching Fox NASCAR this Memorial Day weekend. At the bottom of the screen, a special Fox Remembers list honoring members of the armed forces who, since this broadcast last year, sacrificed their lives for our country. 73 men and women have been lost this year, and that number is significantly down from 3 years ago. We think of them and their families often, especially this Memorial Day weekend. And now, time for the Fox NASCAR Just Past Midway Race Report. I'm Chris Myers. Last year's winner of this race, the favorite coming in, Jimmie Johnson. He spun out 135 miles into the 600-mile race as far back as 36th, but in the next 135 miles, he got to the front, still has not officially led a lap tonight. And Kyle Busch, in his first points race since his injury in Daytona, has been in the top 10 throughout the first half of this race. Darrell Waltrip, who are you keeping an eye on?
I figured it out, Chris. Chad Knaus likes to make Jimmie Johnson mad. When he does, he takes off and he goes to the front. 48. I learned my lesson at Kansas. 48 on another mile and a half.
I don't think so, DW. I like the 78 car, Martin Truex Jr. Think about what he did at Kansas, the last mile and a half track we were on. Led 95 laps, the most of anyone. Had a chance to get the win there, but late in the race had a miscommunication with Cole Pearn, his crew chief. Tonight, that doesn't happen, and the 78 wins.
Michael, the last 7 points races, Kevin Harvick and that Ford team, they have not finished worse than second. They finished second here a week ago in a sprint all-star race. Kevin Harvick running third. He's waiting on the nighttime.
Brad Keselowski had a penalty on his first pit stop, fell back. He's rallied. He's now running 5th. The car is much better, a little bit free on exit, but the 2 is happy.
Well, Jeff Gordon started his day in Indianapolis driving the pace car. All smiles there. Well, there hasn't been much to smile about here in his race car. He's been tight. He's been loose. And now Jeff Gordon's saying something is just fundamentally wrong with the entry of this car. They reminded him, we're at the halfway point. Hang in there.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has finished in the top 5 in every race on a mile-and-a-half track this year. Yes, his last top 5 here was his first race with Hendrick Motorsports back in 08. Yes, he came within 1,000 feet of winning in 2011 and ran out of gas. But I think that top 5 string continues tonight.
It's been a pretty clean night as far as penalties go. Probably the biggest one was the 2 car of Brad Keselowski. They've recovered to get back in the top 5. But Casey Kane just got busted on pit road under that last round of green flag stops. He was making his way to the front.
And Andy, a reminder of how long and difficult this night can be to win. The halfway leader of this race, which in this case was Martin Truex Jr. moments ago, has won just once in the last 8 Coca-Cola 600s. Now let's head back down to pit road for more with Matt Yoakum.
Chris, Clint Bowyer's biggest hero rides with him tonight on the 15. His grandfather, Dale Bowyer, served in the 94th Infantry in Europe. In January of 1944, his life changed forever. While crossing an unknown minefield, Lieutenant Bowyer lost his left leg. Completely ignoring artillery and mortar fire, Bowyer reorganized his men to continue the attack. Refusing to allow medics in the area, Bowyer crawled to the edge of the minefield when another mine nearly took off his right foot. That heroic act saved the lives of his men. He received 9 different medals, including the Purple Heart and Bronze Star. Simply amazing men.
Matt, tonight, David Gilliland, he's honoring the unknown soldier on his windscreen. Their sponsor Loves asked the team's truck driver, Charles Wahoo Sampson, who they should honor on that windscreen because of his 8-year service in the Marine Corps. Wahoo Sampson said he's lost so many fellow corpsmen over in the Gulf War I, he decided rather than choosing a single Marine, he wanted to honor all the servicemen and women that haven't made it back and have remained unidentified.
Thank you, Chris, and to all of the families who have lost someone. We just recently had some military members visit us throughout the race that are here, some 6,000 friends and family in attendance to remember those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Michael Waltrip, Kurt Busch, who missed the first 3 races of the season, already has a win, so he's already in the chase. He's led the second most laps this year behind Kevin Harvick, and he's hung in there right behind Truex Jr., and he's led the most laps in tonight's race.
Well, that's a fast car, and it just seems to get better and better. He got a little bit behind Truex throughout the green flag stops, but he's closing ground now. His times are definitely comparable, but the fastest car, I think old DW is onto something. Jimmie Johnson has really got a hot rod at this point during the race.
Well, despite their testy relationship over the years of crew chief Chad Knaus and Jimmie Johnson, I don't think there's a better team when it comes to making adjustments, whether you're going from day to night, from the back to the front, than the team of 48.
Just let me try to explain how talented 48 drivers driver is. Jimmie Johnson drives that car on the edge of control. Look at him bobbing and weaving. That's how hard he tries. That's what he gives. He gives it all. Sometimes it gets away from him. Oh, by the way, he's got 6 championships.
Yet to lead tonight, 9 leaders, 16 lead changes. Fox remembers on this Memorial Day weekend, and we are eternally grateful. The Coca-Cola 600 continues in a moment. The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness.
227 laps complete. Let's check in on the Coca-Cola racing family. See how they're performing today. The official soft drink of NASCAR just renewed with Speedway Motorsports. This race will be the Coca-Cola 600 through the year 2020. Denny Hamlin in 6th, leading that group. Martin Truex Jr. now 3 seconds up on Kurt Busch. He's had 19 previous starts at Charlotte Motor Speedway with a best finish of 7th, and he had only led 9 laps before tonight. He's led 4 times that many today.
He knew it right from the get-go. I mean, he was confident. He told Cole Pearn, we got something for him tonight, and buddy, right now he's showing it.
And what we're going to see in the next 10 to 12 laps, we're going to start cycling through green flag pit stops again.
Cole Pearn, NASCAR's 2nd full-time Canadian-born crew chief, was the team engineer until this season. But 10 top 10s in the first 11 races have brought him to everybody's attention. Trevor Bayne, who got in the wall a bit earlier, has now hit it pretty hard in turn 4.
I was going to tell me, if you said it was the 6th car that got into the wall, I would not have been surprised, because he's going to need a new right side if he kept working on this thing. He's been right up there, I mean, that close to it just about all night long. You've got to leave yourself a little bit of room for error, a little margin of error there, and he hadn't been giving himself much. There's your free pass car. Eric Almirola, he'll get to go around and make up a lap.
And that'll give us 17 cars on the lead lap when we restart. Rodney Childers, crew chief for our champion, Kevin Harvick. One of the top strategists in the sport. Harvick currently third. Now each week, look for the Race Day Advance Auto Parts Driver Spotlight. Today, Race Day caught up with Ryan Newman, and you can see Race Day prior to the race only on Fox Sports 1.
Mike, that was 133 miles of green flag racing, wow. 88 laps. Long green spell there.
Ryan Newman's team memorializing Sergeant Mark Bradley of the U.S. Marines, and they entertained Bradley's family in pre-race down in the garage area. Very, very emotional time for the family and the race team.
This should be 4 tires and full of fuel for every one of these drivers on the lead lap right now.
Martin Truex all but pushing on the pace car to get to pit road, Vince.
Very happy with his race car right now is Kevin Harvick, although he says it could be better when he gets on the throttle. It's a little bit snappy loose, so they're going to make a slight chassis adjustment. 4 tires for Kevin Harvick. Chris?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. not as happy this run. He's saying that car feels like it's a bit up out of the racetrack, loose getting into the corner. Greg Ives going to make some changes here, try and give him that feel he had earlier. Matt?
The 78 of Truex had the biggest adjustment of all, the clean air. His car just a little bit on the tight side. They're going to make a small air pressure change. The same for the 41 of Busch. His car was tight on entry and loose off, which was his biggest concern. Air pressure change for the 41 as well.
Truex, Harvick, Busch. Busch 2, and then Earnhardt.
Jimmy Johnson at 48 months. They've been getting it done under green flag. They're getting it done under caution.
Don't make that driver mad now.
There's your race off pit road. We're under caution, lap 231.
167 laps to go. The ultimate endurance test for NASCAR, 600 miles at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Time for a KFC race break with Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers. It's a triple header. I mean, racing fans love this day because it starts in Monaco, then goes to Indianapolis and winds up here in North Carolina. The 86 years of running in Monaco. Points leader Mercedes driver Lewis Hamilton started on the pole. The Dutch driver Max Verstappen, a teenager, had a crash, set up late race drama. Hamilton pitted from the lead, then a restart with 8 laps to go, and it was Germany's Nico Rosberg who drove on to his 3rd straight Monaco Grand Prix victory. And then in Indianapolis, the Indy 500, the 99th running, Jeff Gordon leading the field in the pace car before coming here. A race full of crashes, Ed Carpenter early, the 6th caution of the day, a late race crash involving 3 drivers, slowing the pace, 4 laps to go. Juan Pablo Montoya, who fell back as far as 30th, passes Will Power to win his 2nd Indy 500. Owner Roger Penske was there to enjoy the celebration, his 16th Indy 500 win, and a chance, if young Joey Logano or Brad Keselowski could win, as you see the winners today, for Roger Penske to get the same-day sweep.
Yeah, and action's fixing to pick up here in Charlotte. Nighttime is the right time for these cars. They're going to stick better. Watch action really start to get intense.
That has been your KFC race break. Let's head back upstairs to Mike Joy as they get ready for the restart. Mike?
Well, still in the dusk phase of this race, 17 lead lap cars. Jeff Gordon will restart last of those. He had to make a 2nd pit stop because his team said they didn't get all the lugs tight. It'll be Martin Truex and Kevin Harvick in Chevrolets on the front row. The Busch brothers, Kurt and Kyle, Earnhardt, Johnson, Keselowski, Hamlin, Kenseth, and Logano, the top 10.
Trouble on the 4 car there on that restart. He must have missed a gear. Everybody was going around him left and right. 18 car Kyle Busch went around him on the outside, or trying to. Kevin must have missed a gear there on that start.
Every restart, Kyle Busch has gone rim riding right up to the high side to pass as many cars as he can. There's that number 18 as Harvick scoots back through.
Yeah, he recovered.
Now the 11 right in the midst of all that has an issue. That's Denny Hamlin, Jamie.
Well, Mike, when he came down pit road, he said the engine tone has changed. It's throaty. It sounds like we have an exhaust leak. And he said, actually, no, it sounds like we don't have an exhaust pipe. And there's a change on the track, guys.
Kurt Busch coming back after Martin Truex for the lead on the outside. He's led the most laps tonight, 94, ring up number 95 for the elder Busch brother.
Well, you remember those Hendrick cars we were kind of worried about, you know, they were way back in the field. Well, 2 of them have worked their way up to the top 5, the 88 and the 48, and they're going to be somebody you're going to have to deal with for this night's over with.
Here are your lap leaders so far. Martin Truex roughly half the laps led of Kurt Busch, but still 163 laps to go. A lot of racing left here in Charlotte.
Boy, 5 of our top 6, they just ran their quickest lap. This track just gaining that grip and getting faster.
Yes, sir. Let's go back to that restart.
I didn't necessarily hear the engine rev up, but it did sound like it didn't go when he shifted gears, like it stumbled for a little bit before it took off. So I didn't hear an over revving of the engine. Just sound like when he shifted into 3rd, it didn't want to accelerate.
Harvick now in 3rd place as you see Brad Keselowski pass Kyle Busch for 7th.
Yeah, Kyle Busch is very aggressive in that 18 car on the restarts. I still don't think they've got that car where he needs it though just yet.
First full Sprint Cup points race back for Kyle Busch, who was injured in a Saturday race at Daytona back in February. Compound leg fracture, injured foot on the other side. Not a long recovery. Back into the race car much quicker than a lot of observers expected.
I felt like it was, 12 weeks was going to be a window that he could get in the car. The baby is here now. I feel like he's in good shape. Matt, what do they say?
A.J. Allmendinger looks like he got into the wall again, this time at turn number 2. Yeah, it's been a tough night for AJ.
Yeah, they're going to have to replace the right side of that car because he has worn it out.
They're going to replace that car. He does not like it a bit. Hasn't all week.
Get a whole new car.
Now back to Kyle Busch and how he is holding up past halfway in this race, Matt.
He felt like he might be a tick off on being in race shape, but he was surprised at how great he felt after the All-Star weekend. And he is battling a tight race car, but he also wanted to pass along a little message to the young man in the pit box.
You can tell Jones I'm good. I feel really good, guys. Forward, message delivered.
About his bedtime here in about 25 minutes anyhow.
Well, he is only 18 years old talking about Eric Jones.
Young Eric Jones, yeah, his standby driver.
Eric Jones did a great job in one race as a substitute for Kyle Busch. He is 18 years old, and they asked him to stand by just in case Busch might need relief due to the length and the demands of this race. But it's good they can joke about it.
But Darrell, I found it interesting this week. Kyle Busch said after running that 110-lap race in the Sprint All-Star here at Charlotte last Saturday night that everything was good. He just had some muscles and parts of his body that was sore that he hadn't used since Homestead Miami Speedway, the last race of last year.
Yeah, Larry, you'll hear me talk about when I'm watching the drivers drive, how they tense up. Every muscle in your body is tense. You're working it, and you can't go in a gym, you can't lift weights, you can't ride a bicycle, you can't do anything to train some of the muscles that you actually use holding yourself in position while you drive these race cars. You've got to get in the car to know what needs to be worked on.
Kyle Busch restarted 4th. He's currently 8th. Let's move to 5th place and look at Jimmie Johnson's night. Recently he restarted 6th. He's now running 5th, and you can see that spin took him down out of the top 35. But Vince, what a rebound.
Boy, it has been a great night, and not only out on the track as they've continued to work on the car and get it better. Chad Knaus told me today, he said, I love this race because of all the challenges it presents. I don't think he was loving it early when Jimmy spun, but they have bounced back in a big way, and their pit crew has been spot on. They have gained Jimmy 6 positions on their last 2 pit stops. It's a total team effort on the 48 tonight.
No, but like we said earlier, we've seen this movie. We've seen Jimmie Johnson go from spinner to winner in the same night.
Oh yeah, and everybody said, well, how can he pass so many cars? Folks, Jimmie Johnson makes the air dirty.
Now, none of the Hendrick cars, 5 of them qualified in the top 12 or made the 3rd round of qualifying. First time in a year and a half that had happened. But when it comes to the nighttime, they're pretty good.
And remember, Jeff Gordon had to come back to pit road before that restart. Started the last driver on the lead lap with loose lugs, and Casey Kane had the pit road speeding penalty not that many pit stops ago.
153 laps to go. Loneliest man in Charlotte. 18-year-old Eric Jones standing by in case he's needed to relieve Kyle Busch.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Game of War. Play free now.
Let's have a look at the Budweiser race summary. 252 laps now. Kurt Busch, Martin Truex, Kenseth, Harvick, and Hamlin have all led more than 20 laps tonight. Mile-and-a-half track king Jimmie Johnson currently up into the top 5 in closing. Pole sitter Matt Kenseth currently is 10th. Highest placed Chevy is Kurt Busch, the leader. Toyota, Denny Hamlin in 6th, and Ford, Brad Keselowski in 7th.
Mike, I noticed on the grill of that 41 car, Larry, the Kurt Busch car, they've added a piece of tape to the nose of that car, so I think the ambient temperature must have gone down enough that they felt like they could close it up. You see that red piece of tape there? They've closed that grill opening up just a tiny bit.
And that really helps the drag on the straightaway, plus front downforce helps the front tires grip.
Now there's quite a battle here, not on the lead lap. If a caution waves, the first car 1 lap down gets the free pass. Right now, the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse is in that position, and the 5 of Kasey Kahne is trying to take it away. There are 10, make that 11 cars 1 lap down, led by these 2.
Not a terrible night for Stenhouse. He is a lap down, but as I look up the board there, I see his old buddy Greg Biffle still holding pretty good in the 11th place with that 16 car, his teammate. Not a bad run for him tonight.
There's the Biff in 11th. So Kurt Busch has now led 114 laps. For Gene Haas in that Chevrolet. Martin Truex for Barney Visser's team, based out of Denver, Colorado. They are 2nd.
And Truex is closing it again at the end of this run like he did earlier, Mike. I seem like that gap is shrinking.
Series champion Kevin Harvick for Stuart Haas in a Chevrolet 3rd. And for Hendrick Motorsports, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 4th, 3.5 seconds back. Teammate Jimmie Johnson, his Chevy is 5th, 4.5 seconds off the lead.
And the top running Toyota driver, Denny Hamlin, at 11. I know he was complaining about the engine, but looking at lap times, I don't think there's anything going on under the hood of that 11 car.
Now Brad Keselowski is the first Ford in the race. Vince?
Just really frustrated with the car right now. The 2 of Brad Keselowski says it's just bouncing. He said it's bouncing so bad he's been adjusting the track bar inside the car, but they can't figure out why it's reacting the way it is. Frustrating right now for Brad and crew chief Paul Wolfe.
Kyle Busch, our 8th place car. That's the 2nd best Toyota right now. 8th place, 7.5 seconds back. 9th is Joey Logano. That's the other Team Penske Ford. 9.5 seconds off the lead. And 10th will be our pole sitter, Matt Kenseth. 3rd among the Joe Gibbs Toyotas, and 10.5 back. Paul Menard is the highest placed Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet in 11th. 10.9 seconds back.
And Greg Biffle, this is still a good night for Greg Biffle in this 16 car. He's running in 12th. This is his 450th career start here tonight. He only has 1 top 10 finish this year.
Behind him comes Carl Edwards. His Gibbs Toyota in 13th, 12.7 back as the lead changes hands.
Yep. That's what I was seeing, Mike. That 78, particularly at the end of these runs right before a pit stop, looks like he's a little bit better than the 41. But look at the tape. They got the same piece of tape on the grill of the 78 that they got on the grill of the 41.
But did something happen to Kurt Busch to cause that lead change? Look at him climb the hill here.
Whoa. He didn't hit it, but he had to get out of the throttle and work hard to keep it off the wall. That opened the door for Martin Truex to swing right on by.
Matt?
Mike, Truex was trying to make a run on the 41 of Busch, but he felt like the closer and closer he got, the more he lost the front grip. But Kurt, good eye by you guys, radioed in that the car is now the tightest it has been all night. He was just trying to hang on to it, and that's when Truex closed and took the lead.
So Truex retaking the lead is the first time in 2 years we've had an on-track green flag lead change during this 100-mile segment of the race. Business is picking up.
600 miles. There's a lot that happens throughout the course of that race. Body starts to hurt a little bit. Mentally, you really get fatigued.
You have to keep a strong mental game plan to know that the car is set up for the latter part of the race. And so being behind early on isn't all that bad of a thing.
I think the biggest thing for me trying to be ready for the 600 is just to get a lot of sleep, which I'm pretty good at.
400 miles. And at this mile post, Martin Truex Jr. is the first of 17 cars on the lead lap. Still just 9 different leaders, which is what we had at 100 miles, but now 18 lead changes and 4 caution flags as you watch Kevin Harvick passing his teammate Kurt Busch for second, but they're 3.5 seconds behind the disappearing Martin Truex.
Yeah, that 41 car is really slowing down. The handle's really gone away on it. But you know, folks, think about this. These guys have been going around this same piece of real estate now for almost 500 miles. It's only 575 miles from here to Indianapolis. So, and there's a couple of guys out here, several guys, as a matter of fact, that raced 300 miles yesterday. So I'm sure when this race is over with tonight, they'll say, I don't want to see that racetrack again for a while.
And one of those is Sprint Cup rookie Ryan Blaney driving for the Wood Brothers. They are now an affiliate of Team Penske. And Roger Penske, who earlier today won the Indy 500, said he hopes to enable that team to be able to find sponsorship and run the whole season next year. So Blaney doing well in 14th. 15th, Austin Dillon in the number 3. And right in between them is Casey Kane in the number 5, who is the first car 1 lap down and would be in position to get the free pass should we have another caution flag. So behind them, or let's go up to 9th place. Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano.
I know Matt Kenseth, our pole sitter in that yellow 20 car, he seemed to be off when this race started, but I believe this is a Matt Kenseth type of a race.
Exactly.
And I think now that we have went through that last transition that this track has really went through, I think I'm starting to see this 20 car of Matt Kenseth come to life a little bit.
Matt is so smart, Larry, that he kind of analyzes his car as he goes along, getting it right for the finish. And that's what he's doing right now, getting it right for the finish. We got a real battle here between the 88 and the 41.
Dale Jr. had to lift to keep from running into Michael McDowell as he had a run on Kurt Busch, who holds him off for 3rd. Let's get a nationwide performance update from Chris.
Mike, earlier this week, Army veteran John Burke stopped by Dale Jr.'s hauler and left his dog tags for him as a lucky charm for the weekend. Well, right now, Dale Earnhardt wanting to lean on a little bit of luck. He just says the car just not as good in the last 100 laps. It just doesn't feel like it's into the racetrack. Oh, and Jimmy Johnson goes around.
And this time he's hard in the wall.
Not so lucky.
Thought he had it saved there, Darrell.
Caught the end of the pit wall.
Get her going if you can, bud.
Really the same place as the spin earlier.
Exactly.
Caution number 5 at lap 273.
Come on, man, get her going.
And the second one for Johnson.
I didn't know you were in a crash. Good.
He was running in 5th place, and
he'll come in from the right side. There he is.
I mean, it looks exactly what he happened to him earlier in the race. Same thing right here, but you can see he had the wheels cut just a little bit and caught the end of the wall.
Safer barrier, but that's a hard hit.
It is. You see right there, he had the wheels turned to the left a little bit, and when the thing caught, it just shot to the left. Yeah, that's quite a hard impact.
In real time, watch how quickly things go from bad to worse.
Caution, hang on, guys.
Mike, you mentioned that they hit the safer barrier. I want to give a thumbs up to the people here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. They have added a ton of safer barrier and tire barriers since we were last here back in the fall.
Oh yeah, there wasn't even safer barrier there last year, so they've done an incredible job of analyzing what they needed and doing something with it.
Johnson joins Justin Allgaier behind the wall. The other 41 cars still running as pit road opens. Vince.
Well, for Kevin Harvick, who's led 25 laps so far tonight, he said it's just too tight to the center, and then it's snappy loose on exit, and he can't get back to the throttle the way he wants. They're going to make some adjustments on it, put 4 tires as well. Chris?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. just doesn't seem to have the confidence that he did earlier, saying he's having to back up the corner, not able to drive in as deep. So the team trying to make some adjustments. Matt?
Big importance by the crew guys to get solid, fast stops. Now, Truex, they're going to go for an air pressure change to keep up with the racetrack. And the same goes for Kurt Busch in the 41. He was wicked tight on entry and through the center, and DW commented on it. He was just so free on exit.
Once again, Martin Truex wins that race off pit road, which becomes all the more important the later we get into this race.
Yeah, we're down to a 2-stop race now.
Kevin Harvick comes out second as Jimmy Johnson pounds the inside wall at the entry to pit road. Here comes the field getting ready for the restart at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, proudly supporting our military for 100 years. Take a look at the charity auction on Goodyear.com and show your support for our troops. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Well, all that battling for the free pass position paid off for Kasey Kahne. He's back on the lead lap as Martin Truex and Kevin Harvick lead the field back to green with 122 to go.
Yeah, much better restart that time by Kevin Harvick. Although, just when I say that, he's getting swarmed.
Yeah, that's the last 2 restarts that a Toyota driver has jumped to the outside of Kevin Harvick going off into turn 1. Now they're 4 wide.
Where did he come from? Dale Jr. all the way to the bottom, elevator down, looking for second place.
Can he hold it? Can he hold it?
Hot Rod Hamlin to second.
You get in the corner that hot, it's just hard to come off the corner because you are recovering from that entry.
These restarts are wild. Every one of them looks like green-white checker.
No, they're not. They're insane. Remember Kansas, how insane they were? Well,
yes.
Same thing tonight.
Well, these guys are just hauling the mail through these corners now. You're seeing sparks come out from underneath these race cars. Speeds just continue to get quicker.
That's what I always say. Like, when you're the tiredest mentally and physically, your car is the fastest it's been all night. So you've really got to take a deep breath and get up on the wheel. What do you like to say? About time to pull them belts, isn't it?
You better reach up there and pull them tight several times. Real tight.
Tug on them bad boys.
Martin Truex has now led more laps in the last 2 races than in half of his prior 8 full-time seasons. He's on a tear.
Yeah, he is. And we've said it several times, but he knew. Whoa, no.
Ryan Blaney.
Got the wall inside. Stay up there. Stay up there. Big blue up, have another runner.
Dad come, and the kid was having an amazing run.
Yeah, he was running inside the top 15.
Did a really good job tonight, bud. Still got 3 inside. 2 more. Start coming down here. 1 more. Come on.
Chris Neville.
Mike, seems like the problems just kind of continued for the 21 here in the last 10 laps or so. Right before Jimmy Johnson got into the wall, Ryan Blaney got up into the wall just a little too tight, grazed the wall, so the team fixed it, fixed the right front corner on that last pit stop. But you can see right now, it looks like their night's over.
Yeah, something Mike, expensive broke.
This is that point in the race when every engine builder, every guy that works on this race car is keeping his fingers crossed, because this is when we get into that no man's land.
Right, we're at 430 miles in this race, roughly. 2/3 of the race on the entire Sprint Cup schedule are over by now. There are not that many 500-mile races, and there's no race as long as this one.
And remember, I mean, you've been hammering this thing hard. We were almost on record pace here. We were at 154 miles an hour average speed, and that was with the few cautions we had. So, and the thing that makes it so hard to pass, people say, why is it hard to pass? Because everybody's running wide open. You got, I mean, the only way you finally get somebody around somebody is when they have to start letting up a little bit, and you don't.
Well, Jeff Gordon told me yesterday, the later it gets at night, the less off throttle time there is in the corner. You're almost flat all the way around, and because of that, because you're not off the throttle, the cars are all the same speed, and it's impossible to pass.
Exactly.
So let's break down the final third of this day-night triple header.
Here's the main thing I'm telling my driver. I can only adjust on it maybe a little bit more. You pretty much got what you got, because we're probably only going to be on pit road 2 or 3 more times.
But here's the other thing, Larry. That right there, it doesn't fix your car. It doesn't make if you're loose, you're going to be tight. If you're tight, you're going to be loose. It just makes the whole car have more grip, and you can get back in the throttle quicker, and you can drive harder, and you can be more aggressive because the track now has a little more grip in it.
The 3 leading drivers in this race each set their fastest lap of the race within the last couple of laps just before that caution.
Well, the track temp alone has come down over 30 degrees, and that's just a lot of grip.
The Toyota Camry safety car leads them around as cleanup continues.
You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
That's Austin Dillon, yesterday's winner, who is running 13th among the 16 cars on the lead lap. Ricky Stenhouse will get the free pass for this caution flag from the Ryan Blaney blow-up. There is a lot of cleanup going on, a lot of speedy dry put down, but pit road has just been opened. See if everybody comes.
We've only run 3 laps. I think the leaders will stay out, but I think some will come, as you're seeing Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch, because you can make it a one stop from here.
Vince?
Kevin Harvick just hasn't been happy with the way his car is cutting the corner, says it's just too tight. So they're going to make a chassis adjustment, change tires. He's got to be able to get it back to the corner and back to the bottom better, and just doesn't have the stability that he wants at this point. Matt?
On the edge of their window, the 41 was going to stay out if the leaders did, but then when a couple cars peeled off, he hit pit road as well. 4 tires for him, and the same goes for Todd Gordon. He called the 22 to pit road when he saw what the scenario was looking like. Logano just way too free all night long.
So it's 50-50 on this caution flag. Half the cars on the lead lap pitted. The other half, led by Martin Truex and Denny Hamlin and Dale Earnhardt Jr., stayed out.
It's hard for me to see with our camera shots that we have, but I'm telling you, it looked to me like about 3 of those guys only hit 4 lug nuts.
Vince?
Well, unfortunately for Jimmy Johnson, he was watching those pit stops on our monitor because he's out of the car now. You battled loose early in the race. Seemed to have gotten better, but then spun again. Kind of what happened?
Yeah, just a loose race car. We have nothing to lose, so we're trying to be as aggressive as we can on pit call and strategy in the car. Spun early from trying to just drive through a loose race car. If we could have made it another 30, 40 laps, I think we would have had the exact car we needed for the finish of this race. Unfortunately, I didn't make it that far. And then my car was fine in clean air, but in traffic, gosh, it was so wicked and out of control and unpredictable. I saw that in the All-Star. I also saw it at Kansas, although we won. And that's kind of a new thing. We didn't have that at Texas and at Atlanta and some of the other mile and a half. So I don't know if it's just us or the other guys as well, but track position's really, really king here tonight. And whoever can manage that at the end of this race is going to win.
Thanks, Jimmy. Mike?
NASCAR's 6-time champion and one of the most successful on the mile-and-a-half racetracks, Jimmy Johnson, out of the race because of this.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Sprint, bring in your Verizon or AT&T bill and we'll cut your rate plan in half. And by Clean, Crisp Coors Light.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing for our military drivers.
Whatever you did, keep doing it. Pushing. Catching the leader little by little here. Really bouncing.
Gotta stay hungry in there, dude.
Whoa! Where did he come from? $289 laps complete. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Bring them your Verizon or AT&T wireless bill and turn in your old phone now at sprint.com/half price or at a Sprint retail store. Kurt Busch has led the most laps tonight, 118. Martin Truex Jr., 75. He's your current leader over Denny Hamlin, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kyle Busch, and Matt Kenseth, the pole sitter. Your top five: Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards, Jeff Gordon all stayed out on this caution flag. Paul Menard is ninth. He came in and got gas only. Then Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, and Joey Logano. Austin Dillon, Eric Almirola, Casey Kane, and Ricky Stenhouse are the lead lap cars. Join NASCAR as we salute our veterans and active military members. Use the hashtag NASCAR salutes or visit NASCAR.com.
And while we're on the subject, Mike, I'd like to shout out to my buddy Van Colley. His dad, Maurice, he was a sergeant in the 101st Airborne. He had 2 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star. He was quite a hero. I know Van has talked about him a lot, and he's really proud of his dad and what he did in the military.
Let's go back to that last restart, Darrell. The racing has been so exciting on restarts. Look at this elevator move. Dale Jr. mid-pack, top to bottom.
Coming down, coming to the inside. And, of course, he's in good shape right here. But you carry so much. You enter that corner so low, you carry so much speed that you have to kind of let a couple of those guys you got by go around you.
And here's the team's reaction.
Out of here.
That's pretty impressive at the 3 there. Still hold the bottom. Good job. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Wish I'd have cleared them. Yeah, they were 4 wide, man. You got 3 of them.
All right, getting ready for the restart. It'll be with 109 laps to go. Larry, I know you like trends. Nico Rosberg got his 3rd win at Monaco today. Juan Pablo Montoya got his 2nd Indy 500 win today. There are still 6 drivers in this race that are previous winners of the Coca-Cola 600. There's a trend here.
Yeah, including Matt Kenseth in that 20 car who has worked his way up to 5th now.
Back under green, Truex and Hamlin, Chevy versus Toyota to turn 1.
I think those 2 guys on the inside there. Truex, he'd love to win this race. I know the reason Dale Jr. took him 4 wide into turn 3. He wants to win this race as much as any he's won.
All that speedy drive from the cleanup from Ryan Blaney's engine.
A little dust up going into turn 3.
How about that 18 car on the outside of Kyle Busch, battling Dale Earnhardt Jr. for the 88 car. His first points race to be back in a car in 2015 since the crash on Saturday at Daytona Speedweeks. Kyle Busch.
Well, I tell you what, he's had a quiet night, and I've loved the job he did last week in the All-Star race. He finished 6th. Right now he's running in 3rd. Just really driving a smart race so far. You know, drivers, you might break their leg, you might break their arm, but you're not going to break their will. And sometimes that's as much as important as anything a driver has going for him is his heart.
Starting to see a lot of sparks out there on the racetrack. Andy Petrie?
Yeah, you're talking about these speeds that have been picking up, and I've heard Larry talking about just how much faster they are. This series does not have a ride height rule. They can put these cars any height they want to, and they try to keep them as low to the track as possible. But as these speeds increase, they have to kind of predict where those speeds are going to be, or else you'll see them hit the ground with the splitters and the sparks flying. They sometimes can get faster, cars can get better as that happens, but they can also get worse when these speeds pick up.
Yeah, Andy, I just saw the 11 car, Denny Hamlin, over there off turn 2. Looked like it may have bottomed out and shot up the hill a little bit. That allowed Kyle Busch to get by, Jamie.
That's right. They've been working on this race car, but right now it seems like the 18 is a little bit better. But Denny Hamlin, they adjusted on that car the last time he pitted. He said it's the best it's been. They're taking off a little bit better, and no word of the engine, as we had heard mid-race.
The drivers are so sensitive. I mean, you really drive by your senses. You know, your sight, feel, smell, all those things. And if anything changes slightly, you notice it.
Now 11th has been swapped back and forth a couple of times there between Kurt Busch in the 41 and Joey Logano's Ford, the 22. Paul Menard right in the middle of that mix, that battle for 11th. Chris?
Mike, Paul Menard's had great speed on the 1.5 miles this year. The 2 weekends rated the most speed. Texas, well, he blew up that weekend. And then Kansas just a couple weeks ago, he's running in the top 3. Had a late race penalty, so finished 18th there. But talking to him pre-race, he said he thought the car this weekend better than those weekends. And listening to him all night on the radio, he's been pretty happy with that 27.
Yeah, I think another guy that's really happy that he got back on the lead lap, got the lucky dog, and is running up there in the 13th spot is the number 5 car. He's made a great recovery.
Well, he just got bad loose off turn 2, and that's why he's fallen victim to Paul Menard and Austin Dillon in that 27 and that 3.
Oh, he'll get it back. Here he comes, round on the outside.
Yeah, Paul Menard was the only driver to come to pit road that last caution, and they did fuel only on his car. They did not change tires.
Whoa, that might be a little strategy play there. What do you think, Larry?
Trying to get that track position. Only had 3 laps on their tires. I don't think there's any way we'll run this race out without another caution, but with all the cautions we ran that last time, those drivers that did come to pit road, I think they truly are thinking about a one-stop race.
Well, Larry, the 18, the 11, the 20, and the 19, all the Gibbs Toyotas are in the top 10 right now.
300 laps complete next time by. Kevin Harvick, Matt Kenseth for 6th place with 100 laps to go. The Sunday night Fox NASCAR Rank It Up.
On the bottom.
Turn 3, 2 cars contact, and we almost had one in the fence. Tony Stewart got into the back of Ricky Stenhouse and almost turned Stenhouse around in 3.
That started over here on the, actually coming out of turn 4 the lap before, Mike. They kind of got into each other a little bit, and then Tony really kind of retaliated. He was really upset with Ricky Stenhouse.
Yeah, that's kind of a 1-2 punch thing. Here's the first one.
See, the 14 car goes up on the outside, and here he just runs up there and he says, this is an effect, because what started this was off turn 4 a little bit before that. And then Tony was very unhappy with Ricky Stenhouse. Just about got him in the wall.
Now going down into turn 3, and he gets to Stenhouse's corner and moves him around a bit.
That's kind of like you're just aggravating him. Tony really didn't intend to knock him up. If he wanted to wreck him, he could have. Right. But he just wanted to know, I'm not happy with what you did to me, brother.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., he's the last driver on the lead lap back in 17th. As we see Kevin Harvick in that 4 fresh tires just drove by. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 took 4th place away.
2 of the drivers who made pit stops have made big gains here as we go back to 13th. Joey Logano and Paul Menard. And those 2 are Harvick and Keselowski that got tires and have moved up to 4th and 7th.
Really surprised that Logano is not running any better than he had. I thought that he and Keselowski, quite honestly, both would be cars to beat tonight. They got a little work to do if they're going to get up there and run with that 78, 18, 11, 4, and 88.
And Matt Kenseth in that yellow number 20 on the left of your screen. He keeps popping up into the top 5, but then after restarts, that car just isn't able to maintain pace. Now he's at 8th place right now.
I tell you, a guy I tell you has had a great night, and I'm so happy for him because they've struggled so mightily, is that 16 car of Greg Biffle. He has been lurking around the top 10 all night long. Right now running 6th, and I knew sooner or later they'd get the bugs worked out of that car. It was just a matter of time.
No pun intended, right?
Oh, no, not at all.
Just never gets old, does it?
He just drove them away.
You're becoming a pest yourself with that line, you know.
I hope so.
All right, 12th place with 94 laps to go. Carl Edwards and Joey Logano, two drivers who I think both thought they'd be fighting for a spot in the top 5, are now trying to both get back to the top 10.
Yeah, I talked to Carl Edwards last night, and he was as optimistic as I have seen him in a long, long time about this 19 car, but it's just, so far, they've still got work to do.
Got a little close right there. And Paul Menard to the inside.
And really, I mean, that Menard car has been good all night long, and right behind him is his teammate there, the 3 car of Austin Dillon. He's pretty good right now, too, and making a pretty good charge.
Well, something happened there. It looked like Edwards got out of the gas. Logano almost got into him, had to lift, and Menard was right there. And here he comes again as Jeff Gordon goes after Matt Kenseth for 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Jeff Gordon. He's been in, I mean, we haven't talked much about him all night since the start of the race when we interviewed him on the parade lap.
Right.
But now, here at the end of the night, that car has really woke up and it's coming to the front.
Yeah, we joke about having lunch in Indianapolis and dinner in Charlotte. He did.
He did.
Literally. But yeah, Jeff Gordon, remember, 2 pit stops ago, had to come back to pit road for loose lugs.
Kurt Busch moving up to 9th as Matt Kenseth drops back a little bit further. Meanwhile, Martin Truex Jr. continues to lead by 1.2 seconds.
130 miles to go. Martin Truex Jr., your leader, over Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's time for the McDonald's Who Are You Lovin' with just this much amount of time. Let me remind you, by the way, in the last 100 miles of the race last year, we had 7 different lead changes. So, our own version of McLovin. Who you lovin'?
I'm loving that guy, Martin Truex Jr., not only because he just led his 102nd lap of the night, it's just because the way he's wheeling that car. Chris, I've seen him sideways 2 or 3 times lately driving out to a bigger lead. But the guy that's coming, who I love, I'm really loving, Kyle Busch. Think about the commitment
What
this
a story.
What a story. He's broken his feet. He broke his leg.
He had a kid with his wife.
It's been all over the place for this man emotionally. He's focused. He's driving that car hard, and he's closing in on the leader.
But who do you love the most?
I think I love Kevin Harvick the most because he's so good on these big tracks. How do you not love Harv? He's done so well on the big tracks. He and Jimmy have dominated them. Jimmy's not around anymore. I'm loving Kevin Harvick.
All right, yeah, you know, at the 500-mile mark in the last 10 years, the guy who's led there, only half the time has he gone on to win the race. So, Darrell Waltrip, who are you loving?
Well, I'm going to lay a little loving on you, baby. I'm going to lay a little loving on you. Look, I'm a huge Truex fan, and you know I love Cole Pearn. But here's the thing. Think about this. What did Brian France say when Kyle Busch got back in the car? He had to win a race. The Toyotas haven't been running that good. I don't see any way they're going to win a race. They haven't been running that good. Guess what? They're running really good now. He's got to be in the top 30 in the points. Oh, no way he can do that. If he keeps running like he is tonight, he's going to win a race. He's going to be in the top 30 in the points, and he's going to tick a lot of people off because he's going to be in the chase.
And it sounds like the crossover Kyle Busch is the guy you're loving the most. That's our McDonald's Who You Lovin'. Let's go back
I'm
to
loving you.
Well, thank you. I'm starting to, my feelings were hurt. Let's go back to Mike and Larry.
How about a little brotherly love, bro?
81 laps to go.
Get this
Can't
man
get
some
here
decaf.
soon enough. Martin Truex leading. Pole sitter Matt Kenseth stopped during that feature. Loose wheel, we're hearing. Matt?
Mike, that was an unscheduled stop. He said that the car was shaking. He wasn't sure if it was a wheel or if it was a hub. They're looking over the wheels right now. They're focusing in on possibly the right rear. The Goodyear engineers were down here and the crew members all looking over the right rear. We'll update further in just a few moments.
Thanks, Matt. Now, Larry, the 8 drivers who did not pit on the last caution flag, led by our leader, Martin Truex. Truex's longest fuel run tonight, 47 laps.
Yeah, I'm going to say within the next 4 to 8 laps, we'll see those other drivers, including Truex, on pit road for green flag stops. And then all the drivers that stopped, they can go up to about lap 340, which is probably going to be another 15, 16 laps longer.
Landon Castle just made a pit stop. He's the driver that after the race is going to run the 14 miles to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. He's a triathlete, runs about 4 of those a year. So 600 on the track and then 14 more on foot. Want to join him?
No, not really. That doesn't fit into my wheelhouse at all. I'm going to bed when it's so wet. I don't know what that gum running down the highway.
All right, Truex with a 1.3 second lead on Kyle Busch. Back to Matt for an update on the Kenseth story.
Crew continue to look over the wheels, Mike. Matt Kenseth just radioed. Whatever it is now gone. No shake, no vibration on the 20.
And what Matt Kenseth and Jason Ratcliffe, this group needs, they need this thing to cycle through all of these green flag pit stops, which is going to probably take a good 15 to 20 laps to get through those.
Well, I just don't. I know, Larry, you wear your poor self out over there with your pencil on your calculator and all your notes, but there's going to be another caution, buddy, and it's probably going to change everything. And that's just some ODW wisdom right there. I'm going to say around 30, 40 laps to go.
So here are the drivers that most need that caution. First place, Martin Truex. Second place, Kyle Busch. Third place, Denny Hamlin. We're all in at lap 275. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 6th. Greg Biffle in 9th. Jeff Gordon in 10th. Carl Edwards in 14th. And Clint Bowyer and Chase Elliott 18th and 20th.
I work my pencil in different ways. If I look at our last 10 Coca-Cola 600s on Fox, the average last caution comes at about lap 366, 34 to go, but 4 times in the last 20 and 1 time in 2011, we had a green-white checker.
This just has that look to it. I got a feel. You know, I've driven this thing a few times. I kind of got a feel that around 30, 40 to go, there'll be a little caution. Somewhere to get me inside that 47 lap window that I need to be in. So then at the end there, when there's a green-white checker, I got to sweat it out to whether I'm going to make it or not.
Clint Boyer, one of those drivers who is going to need a stop soon. You saw Landon Castle rocket past him, even though Castle's number 40 is 4 laps down. He just came out of the pits with fresh tires. And we've seen, especially late at night here, what a huge difference that makes.
And I don't know what we are on average speed. The boys, I have to ask them over there. But, I mean, we've been running a blistering pace. I know we've had a few cautions, but, man, these cars have been tearing around here at a pretty average, pretty consistently in the middle 28s. We're at our 29s. We're at a 148 average right now. 155 is the record, so we're close.
All right, pit stops coming soon. We'll take one now.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness.
Michael Annett has spun at lap 328 to bring out the race's 7th caution flag. Pit road is open. Vince.
Kevin Harvick has won 3 times at Charlotte, twice in the 600, but if he's to win tonight, they have got to tighten up this race car. He says it's the loosest it's been all night. Chassis adjustment and 4 tires. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin was the $1 million man a week ago. Tonight running 3rd. He says he's a little bit tight, but leave it alone. 4 tires only, Matt.
Impressive, a gutsy run by the 18 of Kyle Busch. Chassis adjustment already completed. His car was just tight on entry and then down in, trying to get down to the line. Meanwhile, Truex, his service complete. His car was tight on entry and landing. Air pressure change for the 78.
So close at the pit road exit. Denny Hamlin out in front of Martin Truex. Kyle Busch will come out 3rd. Kevin Harvick 4th. Here's how close it was at the white line that determines the pit road exit running order. Now let's go back and show you why we're under caution. Michael Annett, teammate to Justin Allgaier, who's in the garage, said the car just snapped loose at the exit of turn 2. Here's your Advance Auto Parts cumulative pit time for the night. Now this is skewed somewhat because changing 2 tires takes less time than changing 4. But look at the numbers at the top there, indicative of the drivers who've been running up front.
Well, we know Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch, they have an awfully good race car, but if it comes down to a late race pit stop, just like we saw in the All-Star race, I would put my money on Denny Hamlin, that 11 team, because they never lose a battle off pit road.
Yeah, 10.8 the other night in that in the All-Star race. I mean, they can nail it. They're quick.
And they were just quicker than Martin Truex, and that's why Hamlin's got the lead for this restart. Truex on the inside of Hamlin. Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski and Kurt Busch, Kane and Earnhardt, Biffle and Menard, the top 10. Here we go. Hamlin fires off turn 4 to take the lead from Truex, Harvick, Kyle and Kurt Busch.
Yeah, Hamlin had just a little wee bit better car on that restart. Got just a nose out in front of Truex, and he was able to clear him off turn 2. That 11 car is going to be mighty hard to deal with here in these last 70 laps.
Kyle Larson caught the wall last time off turn 4. That caution flag, a big break for Matt Kenseth, who got the free pass, and also for Martin Truex and those other drivers who were about to have to make a green flag pit stop.
I know a driver that I believe is coming back to life. When we went into darkness, Kurt Busch in that 41 car who led so many laps, they started really backsliding. But I think now they've caught up with their adjustments since we've had this rash of cautions and getting that 41 car where Kurt needs it. Matt.
Larry Mack, you hit it right on the head there. That's exactly what was wrong with the 41. Tony Gibson and Kurt Busch expected the racetrack to be much freer. They adjusted for that. When it wasn't, they had to back up on all their adjustments. Now they feel they're right in the ballpark.
Boy, I tell you, it's a heck of a battle right now between Kurt and Kyle and Kevin. Those 3 guys are all over each other going into turn 1. Kyle Busch came out on top, but boy, that 4 car of Kevin Harvick is after him right now, and Kurt Busch not far behind.
Meanwhile, Martin Truex now in car in the wall. That is Ricky Stenhouse in the 17. And there's debris from Stenhouse, which has put us back under caution for the 8th time tonight at lap 337.
You know, we've had a lot of, we've had some oil downs. We've had some stay dry put on the racetrack. Earlier, remember when we had that restart, guys went in high into turn 3 over, kicked up a little dust. That always greases that top line up a little bit. And man, you got so little margin for error when you're up next to that wall.
So we actually had 2 cars in the wall. The first was David Reagan in the 55 there. And then we're hearing that Ricky Stenhouse said he hit the brakes and the pedal went right to the floor. There's the result.
Front rotors are glowing.
Boy, not the first time tonight that Clint Bowyer and Chase Elliott, remember they had that get together coming off pit road earlier.
It's hard on that old left rear tire when you rub that splitter in there like that.
Clint and Chase, they are both inside the top 20, but both 1 lap down. We only ran 4 laps since that last caution. I think we'll see most of the leaders stay out. This does not put us in a window.
I think Ryan Newman will get the free pass on this caution. We listened in on Dale Earnhardt's team.
Everybody's going to be about 12 to 14 laps short here. Do you give a crap about points? No. We want to win. All right. Well, you can get pretty creative. Definitely.
And what he's saying is, I don't care. Let's go for it. That's exactly what, do we care about points? Hey, we got to win. Let's go for it.
No, but if you're 12 to 14 laps shy, remember he lost this race by 1,000 feet running out of gas a few years ago.
Yeah, but we're running under caution here. We just got to see how it goes.
All right, lone soldier on pit road, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Going to get a few stragglers behind him. This should be interesting. Chris.
Well, you heard that they said that they were going to get creative. They decided to come in. There was a bit of debate whether it was going to be 2 tires or 4 tires. Dale Jr. saying, hey, let's go with 4 here and hope that we get a long run. Jimmy.
And Jeff Gordon saying the car's just getting loose for the first couple of laps. Then it's good. So that's a good sign for the 24 4-tire stop.
So the prevailing wisdom out there is because we can't make it all the way if we stop now, we're going to stay out and hope there's another caution.
I think what Junior's planning on is just what they said, that this thing goes green to the end and he would be in the catbird seat.
But they definitely will need some cautions to help them. Caution laps.
We will find out as Dale Earnhardt Jr. pits from 6th place. Share a Coke is back this year. There are more ways to share. Happiness delivered. Go to shareacoke.com for the perfect personalized gift. 60 laps, 90 miles left to race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And let's roll back the odometer. At 100 miles, Kevin Harvick was your leader about 7 p.m. Kurt Busch at the 200-mile mark. Martin Truex Jr. 300 and 400 miles. And now it's Denny Hamlin's turn. At the front with 90 miles to go. The Toyota pace car pulls in. Some gambled and stopped. Some didn't. But we're about to go back to green.
I like stopping. That's a great idea. I usually judge horsepower by restarts. Levin's got some good horsepower.
Denny Hamlin regains the lead on this restart. Jamie.
Well, Mike, remember mid-race I reported that he said the engine sound, it changed. They weren't sure what it was, thought maybe it was an exhaust leak. Well, perhaps that's exactly what it is. Denny Hamlin reporting he's not feeling well and he has a migraine headache. And on the next stop, he asked for something to help relieve him to get him to the end.
Well, the lead is a pretty good tonic, isn't it?
Well, that's fresh air. I mean, you get out there, there's nobody in front of you. So if the cleanest air you can have is when you're leading this race. And I don't know about him, but every time I was feeling bad and my car ran like that, I got the feeling a whole lot better.
4th place, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, with Kurt Busch and Paul Menard.
I got to tell you, this race will make you sick. I mean, this baby, you grind out here all night long, and it gets to you.
Martin Truex Jr. in that 78 just got by Kevin Harvick in that 4. Just seems like Martin Truex Jr. has been the guy that's had a car that's been good at the beginning, the middle, and as we're getting toward the end of this race.
Yeah, maybe just a little weak on the restart. That time by there when they restarted, the 11 got out in front of him, but he's able to get it back. Whoa.
Kurt Busch to the bottom.
Woo! I think he may have brushed the 18 just a little bit to make that pass. And my gosh, I remember those two boys having an issue here one time. Down in turn 1 and 2.
Now Keselowski to the inside. He wants a piece of this. Figuratively, I hope, not literally.
All right, come on. Get up there. Get up. Clear, clear, clear.
That's what I love to hear that. I love to hear it when the crew chief, spotter, they get in there and they help you, man. Come on, you can do it.
Wow, it's that you just want to hear that so bad, Darrell. Clear, 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 get up there. And this racing is incredible. Kurt Busch diving to the inside of his brother, making it 3 wide, and then moving made around, or attempted to make around Keselowski. And one thing to keep in mind, back in Kansas in 11, Martin Truex Jr. was going to win that race. He was taking the lead late in the going. Denny Hamlin took it right away from him. I'm sure Truex is thinking about Hamlin out there beating him tonight.
I think they probably, the first 3 cars there, the 11, the 78, and the 4, they're pretty classy. They're showing a lot of speed, and they're right at the right time. I think the battle is going to be between those guys. The question is, can the 78 get back around the 11?
Now the drivers that stopped on that caution have gained little ground. Austin Dillon's backed up a couple spots. That's allowed Edwards and Biffle to move forward 1 spot. But otherwise, the 9 drivers who stayed out at the front of the field are still out front.
Yeah, and I know we are focused on those 3 drivers up front, but a driver that just consistently keeps running faster times, Brad Keselowski in that 2, back there in 4th. This is the battle for some of those drivers that did go on some different strategy. It's a battle for 10th back there.
I think Roger Penske won the Indy 500 today. I know that Brad would be a guy that would love to deliver the second victory of the day for the captain.
Absolutely. And you remember what the winning car number was at the Indy 500?
Was it 2?
It was.
Number 2.
That's a good omen.
52 laps to go. 78 miles, and Denny Hamlin's Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing has a half-second lead. Right behind Mr. Win One Soon, Martin Truex Jr., who's led 115 laps tonight for Barney Visser's Chevrolet team. Then your series champion Kevin Harvick and the number 4 Stuart Haas Chevrolet. First forward in the race is Brad Keselowski in the deuce for Team Penske in 4th. Kurt Busch led 118 laps in this race, but in the last 100 miles has not been back to the front.
And the driver right behind him, Paul Menard, in that 27, he's been solid all night long. Speaking of Indy, his 1 win in Sprint Cup was at Indy in the Brickyard back in 2011.
Really been impressed with that 27 car tonight. They have done a great job all night long, and that car's been good several times this year.
And what a great comeback for Kyle Busch. His first full-length race back after a horrendous crash in February at Daytona. Casey Kane needed a free pass to get back on the lead lap, but he's moved himself, motored on up to 8th place. Joey Logano started outside pole in his Penske Ford. He's now 5 1/4 seconds off the lead. Gonna have to work a little harder to blow out the candles on that birthday cake tonight. How about Carl Edwards? He's led 4 laps tonight. Had an up and down weekend with his car, but we thought he'd be a contender.
And right behind him, Greg Biffle. I know he's outside the top 10, but this has to be huge for the Roush Fenway Ford camp to see Greg running the way he did last week and the way he's run here in the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, he's been good over here for the last 10 days, and that's really encouraging for the Roush Fenway group. I tell you, I think about Kyle Busch. How would you like to be out of the car for 12 weeks and then all of a sudden decide you're going to come back to the Coke 600, the hardest race as we look at the 3 car here?
Yep, Austin Dillon still having a strong night. He's in the top dozen for Richard Childress Racing. And Jeff Gordon, who had to make that stop, extra stop there under a caution. He's had quite a big day. Would like to be more toward the front, just haven't recovered from that extra stop under caution. But Jamie Little has been shadowing Jeff Gordon all day.
It has been a long day. Been talking about race cars for 12, 13 hours now, but what a day it was. One Jeff Gordon will never forget. Of course, he drove the pace car, but before then, a nice surprise. His racing hero growing up, that is Rick Mears on the right-hand side. Rick Mears is a 4-time Indy 500 champion. He surprised Jeff Gordon, and what Jeff was even happier about is that his daughter and son, Ella and Leo, got to meet his racing hero. It's definitely a day Jeff Gordon will never forget.
It was a wonderful day. By the way, he tweeted a picture of the license plate on that pace car. It said JG 500 with the Indianapolis Speedway logo. He said, boy, I'd sure like to take this home. They presented it to him in pre-race ceremonies. Very nice.
Yeah, I don't know what agenda Jeff Gordon's on right now, but I think I have a pretty good idea the agenda of his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. in this 88 and Greg Ives, because I'm looking at his lap times. He can run faster than what he's running right now, but what they're trying to do is go 62 laps on a tank of fuel. He said it. Does points mean anything? No, because he has a win at Talladega. He just wants to win the Coca-Cola 600.
And Larry, I think it's going to be oh so close. I mean, like it was here 2 or 3 years ago when he ran out coming out of turn 4. It could be that close.
Andy Petrie, how about that strategy?
Yeah, guys, there's some rules, pretty strict rules really on what they can do with the electronic fuel injection, but they still have a lot of leeway when it comes to fuel economy. They can program that system to go into economy mode based on the throttle position. If it's not completely on the floor, he backs off just a little bit. It can rewrite that code to say, hey, we need to back off the fuel and we can save a little bit of fuel in this run. And he might be able to go a lot further than you think.
But Andy, this is something that has to be programmed in the garage area before the race. Nothing they can change during the race.
That's right. It has to be programmed that way from the start. They can change it. The rules allow for you to change that programming, but you do have to take it behind the wall to do it. You'd lose way too much time to try to do that during the race.
I believe I heard before the restart that Earnhardt's team thought they would be 2 laps short if they ran hard to the finish. Now, Denny Hamlin is leading this race by 0.7 of a second, but is everything right in number 11 land, Jamie?
Great. Yes, he just radioed 10 laps ago. Did they get the wheels tight? All the guys nodded. Now all of a sudden he said, I've got a loose wheel. They said, bring it if you're going to wreck. He just said, guys, get ready. I'm coming.
Oh.
Well, they did have an awfully quick pit stop the last time they were here.
Larry, how do they know if everybody got the lugs on tight?
Well, they have a system that they can go back and look at pressure in the airline, and they can tell how many spikes of pressure they got on each wheel.
Larry, I watched a number of pit stops early on, and I know a couple of times I saw some of the front runners hit 4 lugs. Now, I guess you can make it with 4 lugs, but if you have a 4 lugs and one of those is loose, you're in trouble.
Couple of good battles here. On the right, Jeff Gordon takes over 12th from Austin Dillon, and on the left, Joey Logano 9th against Carl Edwards.
And you know, Michael and I talked about this loose lug nut thing earlier in the year when they said they were not going to monitor it anymore, and Michael said you don't have to worry about it. If you get a loose wheel, you're going to come to the pits because you literally cannot drive one of these cars when the wheels start shaking on it. They're going too fast, Larry. The wheels get a little bit loose. They shake so bad, you got to stop.
Matt Kenseth had a loose wheel earlier and came to pit road.
We've seen this entire race. That 78 car, Martin Truex Jr., the further we go on a run, the better he gets. The competition falls off a lot more. He's reeling Denny Hamlin in.
Now, if we heard that transmission from Denny Hamlin to his crew, is there a chance Martin Truex's team heard it also?
I'd say there's a real good chance.
I'd say that's kind of like broadcasting it. But Larry, we watched this car in Kansas, this 78 car, and we thought, what a shame it would be if he didn't win this race. And guess what? He didn't win this race.
Here we come, guys. Here we come. There's 138 up here. 38.
Denny Hamlin gives up the lead to come to pit road.
Wow. Huge.
Well, we know he was going to have to make a stop, Jamie.
And add insult to injury. Remember, he has that migraine headache, not feeling well, and you can only imagine what it feels like in that car after all these miles of vibration now on this last run, changing all 4 tires. What a heartbreaker for this team. They worked so hard to get up there, get that track position, and leave.
I think you got to, but they got to remind him, it ain't over yet. I mean, we may be in the catbird seat. These other cats are marginal on fuel. They're probably going to have to stop, so let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, we knew he was going to have to make a pit stop, but what he has to have is this thing run out green. A caution would just do him in.
Yeah.
Hamlin goes from $1 million winner last Saturday night to a lap down in Charlotte this evening with 36 laps to go. We'll stay right here side by side and take you to the finish of the Coca-Cola 600. .30 laps to go at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Martin Truex Jr. leading by a 1.5 seconds over Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, Kurt, and Kyle Busch. As we finish off the Coca-Cola 600, aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, proudly supporting our military for 100 years. Please have a look at the charity auction and show your support for our troops by visiting Goodyear.com. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. 4th place, the Busch brothers.
I said it a minute ago when we were going through the field there. I'm so impressed with the job that Kyle has done tonight. I mean, for us to talk about how grueling this race is, how long this race is, the preparation and everything else, and this kid gets in this car, hadn't been in a car for 12 weeks in a race, last week over here at the All-Star race, and do the job he's doing here tonight, that's guts, baby. That's gutting it up right there.
Sure is.
Now there's 28 laps to go. When I look at our top 7 drivers that all stayed out on that last caution, within the next 8 to 10 laps, we'll start seeing them hit pit road under green.
In just 2 weeks, the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup begins. The nation rallies behind Alex Morgan and Team USA, who will take on the world's best teams in search of their 3rd title. And the only place you can see all the action is on Fox and Fox Sports 1. It all begins June 6th. Seems like just a few weeks ago, we opened our season at Daytona with the U.S. Women's World Cup soccer team waving the green flag to start the 500.
Oh, yeah, we can do it. They can win this.
And once these drivers start hitting pit road, should we stay green like Martin Truex Jr.? I think the debate will come. We do not need much fuel. And I think you'll see a lot of them maybe just go with 2 right side tires.
Yeah, I think Cole Pern, I think if he thinks back to Kansas, they sat there a long time where they could have put 2 tires on and they didn't. I think we'll see him do that for sure.
Three things you need to know with about 25 laps to go. Matt?
Martin Truex Jr. told me Charlotte is the most frustrating track for him on the schedule. He's never scored a top 5 here. His best finish came 10 years ago in his first start, which was 7th. He's never won in a mile and a half. 5 times he's come close, finishing 2nd, but it's been 67 races, nearly 2 years since he last won. Can tonight be the night? Vince?
Brad Keselowski trying to earn team owner Roger Penske another slice of history. Juan Pablo Montoya gave Penske the win at Indianapolis earlier today. Can Brad make it a historical sweep? Certainly been a challenge. They had a pit road penalty on their first stop. Later, a vibration was a loose wheel. But now when it counts, Paul Wolfe has Brad Keselowski in the top 5, running 3rd, less than 2.5 seconds from the lead. Chris?
Yes. Well, Dale Jr., he's doing some gambling tonight. It's not about points. It's all about a win. But the team told him after that last pit stop, you're about 2 laps short on fuel. So he's been trying to save. But the team right now saying, hey, you've got great speed. You might not be good early in a run, but that second half of the run, 25 laps or so, that car comes alive.
Remember, the first 7 drivers we think are going to have to stop for fuel.
No question. Here's one of them right now, Joey Logano on pit road with 23 laps to go.
Larry, I'll tell you one thing. You got to give it to Brad Keselowski and Paul Wolfe, though, because Brad is up on the back bumper of that 4 car right now for 2nd place. And you said nobody could make it, but we'll wait and see. Brad.
Around lap 385 is when we're expected to see the leader. Meanwhile, the 22, Logano on. They're going to go 4 tires. He just has never been able to get this car on the tight side. It's been free all night.
I think Martin Truex has the luxury of waiting until Harvick, Keselowski, or one of the Busch brothers pits, because they'll be quicker on new tires. But those are the only ones that are probably close enough. Nope, here he comes.
Yellow line, all the way to yellow line.
Guys, this could turn into a big advantage for Hamlin because he pitted so early. He's run really fast lap times. He's definitely going to be way ahead of Truex. We'll just have to see how it plays out with the others that don't plan on making that stop. But Hamlin is going to come out ahead of the 78.
Matt?
6 laps early for Truex. He slides into the box. Fuel going in. It's going to be a 4-tire change. Solid on the right side. Remember, they only need to hit probably 3 to 4 lugs. We're so close to the finish, Vince.
And Harvick coming to pit lane. Harvick wants 4 tires. They've talked about the changes they need to make, but Kevin just can't quite get the car to work the way he wants. So it's going to be a chassis adjustment as well to try to give him a little more security. Brad Keselowski and company, they talked about 2, but Brad said, no, I want 4. He's off and away. Matt?
And the 41 of Busch, he is in. Slight changes the past couple stops with air pressure, no chassis adjustments here. Tony Gibson going for 4 tires on the 41.
Fellas, what do you think of these 4-tire options?
I thought surely somebody would try 2.
Just to try to get that track position with less than 20 laps to go.
Yeah.
But we've been documenting Dale Earnhardt Jr. Carl Edwards in the 19 car, he pitted the same time that Dale Earnhardt Jr. Now all Martin Truex Jr. right there is doing is getting back on the lead lap as he drove by Carl Edwards.
So Edwards is the new leader in his Toyota. Then Greg Biffle's Ford, Jeff Gordon's Chevrolet, Austin Dillon in the 3 who needs to stop, and then Earnhardt.
Oh my gosh, did you see Kurt Busch thread the needle?
Take no prisoners.
Man, he is in a hurry. But Larry, remember, Carl Edwards won this race over here a few years ago, and he was running about 90 miles an hour when the race was over with to make it to the end on fuel.
Jeff Gordon is in, Jamie.
I believe this is our first taker of 2 tires only, right tires, right side, and enough fuel to get him to the end.
I like it. I like it.
Austin Dillon now coming, and he had to stop. He was the last of those who pitted at lap 329 to make a stop. So when this cycles through, everybody who stopped at lap 338 is going to be out front.
What's interesting about Jeff Gordon and Alan Gustafson making that stop, they were one of the drivers that pitted under the last caution, just like Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards, and those others. So evidently they felt like they could not make it, so let's go on and get fuel and get at least 2 right side tires.
Well, this is working out for Dale Earnhardt Jr. He is up to 3rd. We listened in.
Okay, I need you at 80% throttle, 80% straightaways.
That's what I'm telling you. You can back out the throttle. You're going to burn, if you hold it wide open, you're going to burn a whole lot more gas than you are if you hold it at 80%, and that's what they're trying to do, stretch it.
And that's what Andy was talking about. The ECU, the electronic control unit, will acknowledge where the throttle position is, and that's going to tell how much fuel to put in. But I'm looking right now, with 15 to go, we have 6 drivers that pitted with 62 or 61 to go. Ryan Newman actually went 1 lap further. He went to 61 to go in that 31 car.
Chris?
Mike, it was about 3 laps ago they told Dale Earnhardt Jr. to go 80% throttle down the front straightaway. And I've been watching the lap times. He's still keeping the pace of Greg Biffle and Carl Edwards by letting off the throttle.
All right, we've got a lot of green flag pit stops. Let's take you through the top half dozen who all pitted at lap 338 or 9. Carl Edwards, his Joe Gibbs Toyota leads this race with 14 laps to go. 2 seconds back is the Ford of Greg Biffle. 2.5 more back is the Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt Jr. So that's Toyota, Ford, Chevy in the first 3 spots, with Earnhardt 4.5 seconds off the lead. 6.5 back, Eric Almirola's Ford hasn't been in the top 5 all day. Here he is, along with pole sitter Matt Kenseth, 7.5 back. And you mentioned Ryan Newman, even though he's 12 seconds back, he also stopped right in that same pit window.
And of those 6 drivers, only 2 of them have a win so far this year, Kenseth and Dale Earnhardt.
Then there's the 11, who's 7th right now, with Truex 8th and Keselowski 9th and Kevin Harvick 4th.
And we know they can make it.
I like what Michael Waltrip said. Denny Hamlin just has to run that 11 car as hard as he can and bank on those top 6 drivers can't make it.
Jamie, how about our leader?
What a night for Carl Edwards. The car wasn't very good, and slowly it's gotten better and better. Now he has the lead, and the team just told me they're good to go on fuel. Very confident at this point.
Well, Carl Edwards right now, his last time by was a 31.24, and that's way, way off of the pace of what we've seen. Hamlin is running 30.66s. That's 4/10 a lap that Hamlin is making up on Carl Edwards.
In Darrell, right now, with 11 laps to go, Carl Edwards has a 2-second lead over Greg Biffle, but here comes Truex going after Denny Hamlin at 11.
7th place at stake here. Carl Edwards led the first lap of the race, gave way to teammate Matt Kenseth, and then we hardly saw him until just a few laps ago.
Well, he had trouble right away, you know, with something sticky on his shoes that was causing the throttle to not, foot not to work on the throttle right. Obviously, they've got that cured.
Hamlin going to 7th.
And that's just a case of pretty much Martin Truex Jr. having about 17 laps fresher tires than Denny Hamlin. Made up 7 seconds in a hurry.
Yeah. Wow. But I don't think he can make up how many seconds to get up there to the lead.
Well, he's banking that those guys are not going to make it on fuel now that we're 10 to go.
And we just heard that Edwards is good to go, so that's one he's going to that he probably, even if he has enough to, if he can't catch him, in other words.
Edwards led 2 of the first 30 laps. Around lap 190, he led 2 laps and then didn't pick up the lead again until lap 380. 10 laps ago.
And that gap of about 2 seconds is maintaining back to Greg Biffle in the 16 car, now 9 to go.
Edwards and Darian Grubb, who well knows his way to victory lane. Carl Edwards was a winner at Roush Fenway Racing. Thought he could come over here and duplicate the success that Matt Kenseth had when he left Roush for Joe Gibbs Racing. Edwards has had chances to win races, but by his own admission said, maybe I've been trying too hard.
But remember, Darian Grubb is the crew chief in 2011 that made the critical call of when to pit Tony Stewart at Homestead Miami Speedway to win the championship and beat Carl Edwards.
There he is.
And now they're together. And with 7 laps to go, the gap is shrinking. 1.5 to Greg Biffle.
But I think that Darian Grubb and Carl Edwards, should they pull this win off, the floodgates will open, because we have seen performance out of those Toyotas this week that we haven't seen all year.
Take you back to 2007. Casey Mears picked up his only career victory so far in the Coca-Cola 600. He won the race on fuel mileage. His crew chief, Darian Grubb.
Oh boy, knows how to figure fuel mileage, doesn't he, Larry? He's about as good as you are.
But he is a gambler, and I've always admired that about Darian Grubb. He's not afraid to roll the dice.
6 to go, and Biffle's taken another 1/4 of a second from that lead. If that continues, they'll be side by side with 1 to go.
And I'm not sure there's 2 drivers in the field that wants to win any worse than Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle.
I don't know about want, but need might be a better way to put it.
With the NASCAR Chase format, win and you're in. You win a regular season race, which takes you through Richmond in September, and those drivers square off in the chase for the Sprint Cup. Edwards has picked it up. It's back to a 2.5 over Biffle with 5 to go.
Oh, that's the problem. You know, you got to run hard enough to win this thing. You can't let Biffle catch you and pass you. That does you no good. So you got to run out. You got to run it hard enough to win the race. And if you run out, you run out.
68 races since Greg Biffle has been to victory lane.
This is a victory for Greg Biffle,
yes,
no matter what happens.
I mean, that's almost 2 years of racing. June at Michigan, 2013. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. in third, still 7 seconds back. Not making any ground on the leader, nor is Matt Kenseth or Martin Truex, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's just standing in the betting line that Edwards and Biffle will both run out of fuel.
Tell you a guy that just drove his heart out tonight. I mean, all night long is that 78 car Martin Truex in the top 5 now, but running out of time.
Yeah, he's about 1/2 to 3/4 of a second faster than those top 4 drivers, but too little too late if they make it on fuel.
Yeah, Dale Jr. is up ahead of him, but I don't think he's got time to catch him.
Edwards is legging it out. He's now opened up 1.9 seconds, 2 seconds on Biffle, and gaining.
Yeah, there's nothing no worse feeling than to know that you're on the edge of gas, making it, and can't run as hard as it'll go. You got to really have good discipline right now.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. passes pole sitter Matt Kenseth for 3rd with 2 to go.
Yeah, Matt's backed it way, way down, and I tell you, that 78 car, I think he might catch Matt Kenseth before this thing is over with. He's coming off turn 2 now.
Biffle really fading now, 3 seconds back.
This is the flag that Carl Edwards wants to see.
Greg's about 1/2 straightaway back and slowing. White flag one more time.
One more time, baby, if you can do it.
Biffle 4 seconds back. Earnhardt may catch him.
I'm holding my breath, Larry.
Carl Edwards.
And so is Carl.
Makes the move to Joe Gibbs Racing and Toyota pay off. as he comes off turn number 4 to win the Coca-Cola 600.
He did it.
By about 5 seconds over Greg
Holy
Biffle.
guacamole, buddy. Awesome job. Hey, Jason, race is over, right? The race is over. Checkered flags waving. You see the fireworks. We won the Coca-Cola 600. Great call, Darian. Way to make it up, man. Way to make it happen.
It's Edwards' 24th career victory, and it ends a 31 race winless streak going back to Sonoma last June. And it's his first Charlotte win in his 21st try. Team president J.D. Gibbs in the white shirt. Great to see him at the track for the second week in a row, because they go to victory lane 2 weeks in a row here.
Oh, yeah. Won the All-Star race last week with Denny Hamlin and come back and win the 600 tonight.
Joe Gibbs leading a team prayer on pit road there.
What do you say? We haven't seen this for a while.
Flipper.
Hey.
Been almost a year.
For Joe Gibbs, that's his 117th Sprint Cup win and his 3rd of the season. 2nd in the 600. Here we go.
Whoa, he can still do it.
His touch.
He can still do it. What a win for that team.
Sunoco fueling victories, sending Joe Gibbs racing.
Father and son right there, Joe and JD.
And Carl Edwards to victory lane. Now he's going to come capture the flag. And he's headed for the stands.
You know what? He used to do that. He used to go up in the stands and hang out with the fans. He's going to do it tonight. How about that? Atta boy. Someone will have to drive the car to victory lane, because I think you said they're going to capture the flag. Let them capture Carl.
You know what? This sport is all about the fans. And Carl Edwards is one of those drivers who just consistently shows that. Does a lot of fan appearances and events. He once, and I'm reminded of our colleague Steve Burns, our late colleague Steve, who had one of the cards that Carl used to carry when he raced at the short tracks in Missouri. And it said, Carl Edwards, with an address and a phone number and his picture. If you're looking for a driver, you're looking for me.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know what, Mike, Darrell? Joe Gibbs Racing had another victory tonight, too. Kyle Busch, all 600 miles of this race.
Yes, sir. Nothing to hang his head about. He finished 11th, but what a great night. Ran up front all night long. A number of guys, Larry. I mean, you think about the Biffle and Dale Jr. finished 3rd. There's Kenseth's fought back for a 4th. Truex got back to 5th.
And you saw on the windshield strip, Carl Edwards memorializing Navy seaman Lynn Thrasher on his number 19. He'll carry that name with him to victory lane. Joe Gibbs Racing finishes 1st, 4th with Kenseth, 8th with Denny Hamlin, and 11th with Kyle Busch.
Yep.
Big night.
I tell you, they came over here last week. We saw that with Hamlin winning that All-Star race, and we knew these guys had something special for this weekend. And boy, have they displayed that.
You can find the names, pictures, and bios of all the servicemen and women memorialized tonight at foxsports.com. Click on the link on the front page. Carl Edwards wheels it to victory lane after his signature backflip, winner of the Coca-Cola 600. Wow. Let's have a look back at tonight's 5-Hour Energy big move of the race. Having the right strategy and the fastest car at the right time allows Carl Edwards to do a backflip, and he and Joe Gibbs and Darian Grubb to celebrate in victory lane, where Matt Yoakum awaits the winner.
The night started with a sticky foot. It's probably going to end that way with a soda. Describe the relief. You put so much pressure on yourself to finally win. You're the 8th different driver to win for Joe Gibbs.
JGR is back, and these Toyotas are great. I was the slowest of the group tonight, and I just had the best guys on the pit box. Darian did a great job. Subway, I will be having a Coca-Cola with my sub sandwich this week, and guacamole on that. Eris came on in a huge way to start this 4th team. Toyota took a chance on me. I went to Kentucky the other week, saw where these Camrys are built. TRD's been behind me 100%. Sport Clips, Comcast, Sprint, all the fans. What a big day of racing. I can't believe we won this race.
And the importance of Darian's call.
Well, I mean, that's what made the race for us. Darian does such a good job, and ever since Tony and I battled for that championship, I've wanted to work with him, and now I can, and that's what he does on the box. He takes a mediocre day like that, and he puts us in a good position. So 300th victory for Toyota. It's huge. It's hopefully all that bad luck we've had got, I guess it got negated or equaled out by the good luck today. It's just a great day, and we had Lynn Thrasher on the car, and I want to thank all the veterans. Our freedoms and liberties in this country are under attack from a million different angles, and the people who defend that are my heroes.
Congratulations. Chris?
Thank you very much, Matt. We should have had an idea Carl Edwards meant business when he fired out in front early. Teammate Matt Kenseth to lead for that opening lap, led 3 different times, and the last 30 miles of 600, so he's the 9th different driver. Michael Waltrip, that leaves 7 spots for the chase. Chase what matters. We're about halfway to the chase after 26 races, and this is the 12th race of the season, so 1/3 through the NASCAR season, and it was strategy that did it for Carl Edwards, obviously behind the wheel a long night.
Yeah, and how ironic was it? Carl's talked about how he's been too aggressive behind the wheel, made some mistakes that he regretted. And tonight, in order to win this race, he had to be conservative. He had to come off the gas pedal, run 80% down the straightaway. That fell right into Carl's hands. He didn't have to take those chances that he was sorry that he took before, and he was able to use his foot 80% to the floorboard and get the victory.
Carl Edwards, a guy who takes pride in being physically fit, obviously part of winning tonight, once on the cover of a Men's Health magazine and allowed to do his victory backflip. Heartbreak, happiness for Edwards, heartbreak for Martin Truex Jr., who led the most laps of any driver tonight, 131, standing by with our Vince Welch.
He led the most laps, 131 laps, but it was only 5th place tonight. How frustrating is it to not get the win in a race in which you seem to have the dominant car?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to do about fuel mileage races. I've never, ever, one time in my whole career, come out on the right end of them. So I don't know. I guess I don't get good fuel mileage, but what can I say about my guys, Furniture Row team, everybody back in Denver, ECR engines, RCR chassis, just, Cole and Jazzy and the guys just give me an awesome race car. I'm so proud of them. It hurts to come home 5th and run that hard and lead that many laps, but at the same time, it's pretty awesome to run like that too. So we just got to keep plugging away, and sooner or later we're going to get a little bit of luck on our side. Right now, it's just we can't get nothing to go our way.
Yeah, frustrating finish, but a strong showing for Martin Truex.
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. continuing a streak of top 4 finishes on the mile-and-a-half tracks. Dale, those last 10 laps, you're having to defend against Matt Kenseth and save fuel. How tough was that?
Oh, it ain't tough. We got to win, so it don't really matter. I just hoping that my guys in front of me was running too hard and run out of gas. I had Matt beat as far as speed, but I don't know. We just had to try to go for a win there. We didn't have fast enough car to beat the 41 or the 78, so we just had to do something different. And I like the gamble, and I don't know. We had a pretty good car. A little disappointed. Just that those guys got a little bit more speed than us. We'll work on it and get better. Try to get some more wins.
Big gamble on fuel. They come home 3rd.
Matt Kenseth top 5, but it doesn't seem to be a satisfying top 5 for you. How would you describe the night tonight?
Well, you take them away and get them, but certainly, I don't know, the 88 I think ran pretty good tonight, but the rest of us probably weren't top 5 cars. So we got fortunate the way the cautions flew. We got unfortunate. I think we had a loose wheel, and got behind, or else we kind of ran right around Carl most of the day. But fortunately, we could make it to the end without stopping, and ended up, stealing a good finish out of it.
Matt Kenseth brings it home 4th.
Well, Greg Biffle's been strong all weekend long, and Greg, you get the best finish of the year, came home 2nd place. Did you have anything for Carl Edwards there at the end?
Well, we were both saving gas, and they told me, save all you can, just keep the 88 behind you. And I said, not today. I'm going for the win today. And I ran it as hard as I could, and Carl picked up speed. I got pretty close to him. I got really tight off at 2 and lost a whole bunch of time. But coming to 2 to go, I started running out. So I had to start really backing off and shutting off and coasting on the straightaways to try and make it around. So, man, I'll tell you what, it feels good. We ran in the top 10 all night. This wasn't a gimme. And, it's Ortho guys and everybody's worked really hard. And just wish I could have done it for the guy in my windshield. Van Dyke would have been very proud of us. I'm sure he's proud of us finishing 2nd.
All the drivers who had names of fallen heroes on this Memorial Day weekend on their cars. And, of course, we ran a crawl of those throughout the pre-race show. Thankfully, the number has gone down of those lost, paying the ultimate sacrifice for their country from 3 years ago to now. But you can sense the difference, Michael, in drivers desperate for a win, like a Carl Edwards who got it, Biffle, Martin Truex Jr. who did not, and then those drivers disappointed, Kenseth, Dale Earnhardt Jr., but have a win in the bag. And Jimmy Johnson said earlier when he spun out of this race, hey, we have wins, we can go for broke in this.
I think it's a great time in NASCAR right now, Chris. We see guys going for it, sideways, taking chances more than we've ever seen, and then they're taking chances with their pit calls too, staying out on tires, getting fuel and trying to stretch it to the end. And then just think about the run to the checker flag that Greg Biffle just described. Yeah. They said save gas. He said that ain't happening. I'm loving where I'm at, and I'm going to get the victory.
You're paid to speed and go for the flag. We'll continue on the post-race show live from Charlotte Motor Speedway in the 19 first win for Toyota and Joe Gibbs Racing for Carl Edwards. The winner sticker goes on the car. He was a 15-1 betting choice in Las Vegas. More in a moment. Back live at Charlotte Motor Speedway, Carl Edwards ending a 31-race winless streak and enjoying the moment. We just got word, Michael, that Denny Hamlin, who led, looked like he had the race in hand, had a migraine, loose wheel, had to pit, but they've been called to the NASCAR official hauler for some debris, or at least trying to get a debris caution.
Yeah, we've heard this before. I think it was a 78 team that was talking about they saw debris here, saw debris there. NASCAR doesn't take kindly to people making things up in their opinion, so they just wanted to discuss and see if maybe really that team, Dave Rogers and Denny, did see debris or not.
But a long day of racing started in Monaco to Indianapolis and ends up with Carl Edwards, Mike, Larry, Darrell here in Victory Lane.
Yeah, if I wanted a caution, there wouldn't have been any question about it. There'd have been gloves, water bottles, maybe a helmet if I had to get one that bad. But anyway, that's happened before, so we'll see why. But what I loved about tonight, Mike, guys that we never talked about a lot, the guys that we talked about the most, all of a sudden the race swung in a different direction, and Carl Edwards wins. Greg Biffle finishes second. What a surprise.
Yeah, the big story coming in, could anybody beat Jimmy Johnson or Kevin Harvick at the mile-and-a-half tracks? They had won the last 7 that started here back in the fall. We thought Martin Truex Jr., who led 131 laps, was going to be the guy, but it ended up being Carl Edwards and Darian Grubb with that strategy of running 62 laps on fuel.
And for them, the nighttime was the right time. You know, as a kid, I'd put streamers in my bike, ride in the parade, go home and listen to the Indy 500 on the radio with my dad. I did not understand our most solemn of holidays. So tomorrow, as you celebrate, think of our service men and women that protect our hard-fought freedoms around the globe every single day. Let's join Jamie Little.
What a night and what a comeback, Kyle, for you. 600 miles after being away. First off, how do you feel? What's your mind saying?
Feel fine. You know, everything was pretty good. So real fortunate that I was able to come back this fast and to get back to my race team. Everyone at Joe Gibbs Racing, I appreciate them pulling with me and pulling for me in order to get back. It feels really good, and it was fun to race here and run this 600 miles and run the whole thing. And I can't say enough about my all my partners. You know, Skittles, M&Ms, Snickers, Pedigree, Monster Energy, Toyota. It's a tough race. It's certainly a long one, but I feel really good. I mean, you know, no doubt about it. Just hope that continues, and you know, we can have some strong runs. Man, I'm just so disappointed of our finish. You know, we were definitely a car capable of being 4th, 5th, or 6th. You know, somewhere in there, and you know, we're 11th outside the top 10. You know, just frustrating how the fuel mileage race played out there at the end, but sometimes that's what wins races, you know. So congratulations to my teammate Carl Edwards, and puts 3 of the 4 Gibbs cars in the chase. So let's get this 18 car there too now.
Yeah, the best part of the night, you get to go home to baby Brexton.
Hey, that's right.
Kyle has that waiver, that disclaimer. He wins a race, stays in the top 30 despite missing time. He'll get in the chase. And the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas, all 4 in the top 11. What a story for him to come back, having his wife, having their first child in the past week, obviously coming off the leg and the ankle injury, and going the distance in this 600-mile race.
Yeah, spending some time with Kyle recently, it's obvious that he was so focused on physical fitness, not only rehabbing his legs, but just getting in the best shape he'd ever been in his life. I had no doubt that he couldn't be a contender and go all 600 miles this weekend. Next week, tough track. Dover, Delaware. That place will really eat cars up. It's banked high. There's a lot of G-forces, but Kyle Busch has won 11 times there across the top 3 series. Watch for him to be tough next weekend.
Twice in the Cup Series, Carl Edwards has won there, but Jimmy Johnson has owned the place that we'll go to, known as the Monster Mile.
Next week, we take on all the mayhem of the Monster Mile. There's no room for the timid as danger lurks around every corner. There's going to be a lot of bumping and banging out there, and it's all going to happen on Fox Sports 1.
So we hope you join Fox Sports 1 for coverage next weekend. Jimmy Johnson, 9 wins at Dover, more than any track. But Carl Edwards, the hot driver here, and we'll head to Delaware on a roll. We'll be back here in Charlotte in just a moment. Triple header day of auto racing. It ended moments ago. 600 miles, the longest. Carl Edwards winning at the Coca-Cola 600 for NASCAR. 500 miles in Indianapolis. Juan Pablo Montoya, his second Indy 500 win, and for owner Roger Penske. And then Nico Rosberg of Germany winning his third straight Monaco Grand Prix in F1. An exciting finish to things, and as we look forward for Carl Edwards, he showed before his championship medal. Like we saw Kevin Harvick go to a new team, put on a run. Could this be it for Carl Edwards?
I know it could be it, and I think the most important thing we take away from the 2 weeks we raced here at Charlotte is the power underneath the hoods of those Toyotas. They've struggled at times to be fast on the mile and a half. That's behind them now. They've got the power to compete with Kevin Harvick, with Kurt Busch, two of the guys, Jimmy Johnson, that have been dominant on these bigger tracks. That means these teams are now thinking championship. They can win anywhere, and that's how you win a championship.
Denny the Hammer Hamlin, who does have a win, and actually we are updated that he went to the NASCAR hauler to discuss things, wasn't necessarily called. So either way, I think he wanted to talk about Darrell Waltrip throwing debris or gloves out on the
or
track.
Helmets or whatever.
We'll talk more about this, and we'll talk with Carl Edwards on Victory Lane coming up at 9 Pacific, midnight Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Next on Fox here, late local news. And next Sunday on Fox Sports 1, presented by Castrol GTX Magnatech, coverage beginning at 11:30 Eastern Time with Race Day. We'll be racing from Dover, Delaware, as Carl Edwards continues to celebrate. At the 100-mile mark, Kevin Harvick was your leader. It was Kurt Busch at 200 miles, Martin Truex Jr. at 300 and 400, Denny Hamlin at 500, and the ultimate test of endurance, Carl Edwards, your winner in the Coca-Cola 600. For Michael Waltrip, I'm Chris Myers, our entire crew, and thanking all of the families, thanking those who have sacrificed for their country. Thanks for being a part of NASCAR on Fox.
The Coca-Cola 600.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.